Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are taking you to the spiritual city of the world. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. So stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Welcome to the show today, and today we are taking you to a wonderful city which is also called as ancient city, which is also termed as a spiritual capital of India. And just giving you a cue, this is a twin city, and the other city which we compare is Kathmandu with this city. So today we have a guest who will be discussing about this wonderful city. So without wasting any moment, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastav. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan, from the land of Khaike Pan Banaraswala. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity to talk about the city, which is a twin city of Kathmandu, and it is also my soul city. I have a soul connection with Varanasi, and I can say Varanasyam Nadi tu Siddh Pur Sarsavita Pravishta Tripatha Ganga Tasmin Kshetre Mama Priye, where the Lord says that this city is so lovely to be, which is surrounded by the river Ganga. Thank you. How are you, Kanchan?
I'm fine, and definitely this city is wonderful city because it is ancient, and we have a very strong connection when we talk about Buddhism, when we talk about Hinduism. Now, I also read that at 528 BC, for the first time, Buddha established Buddhism in the city, and he narrated, or he addressed the first sermon of Buddhism. So yes, we are eager to really know about the city. Please go ahead, tell about the city. As you know that this is the soul city for you, so I think that people will get more to hear about the city from you.
Kanchan, this is a soul city for me because I can do a soul searching in this city, as my mother belonged from this place. She grew up on the banks of Ganga. And I have always gone back to Varanasi looking for the mystical questions and mysterious answers. Varanasi or Benares or also Kashi is something which is as ancient as human beings themselves. A recorded history of at least 3,000 years, first mentioned probably in Mahabharata, the place where Goswami Tulsidas and Kabir, they actually found their mojo on writing what we have said and told centuries. And this city is about religion, mysticism, philosophy, science, and about something which is about a microcosm of universe, how things move in this city and how they come into their being. Every object in the city has got some mysterious stories to tell.
Right. I've also heard and read somewhere that the architecture of the city is based on the mandala architecture, which is considered to be very auspicious when we talk about Hinduism and when we talk about Buddhism. So let us take a tour of buildings, temples in the city.
Well, Kanchan, this city's history can be captured in three layers, I can say. The ancient times, the medieval times, and the modern times. And each and every lane of this city or buildings of this city has a history to talk about. And since it was from the times immemorial, this was a confluence of Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, and then also the influences of Muslim and Christianity. This city is a confluence, a melting pot of religious discussions, philosophical discussions. And this is about the architecture of the city, where you can find one side Mughal architecture as it is seen in the Kashi Naresh palaces, which were built somewhere around 1737, and around later there were a lot of ghats. The city is known for the ghats, were built by the different Maratha families, Holkar families, Shinde families, and other kingdoms of princely state families. So the architecture is also reflects. You can see one side a Rajasthani architecture, you can see Mughal architecture, you can see the temple, ancient temple architectures as well. And this city offers a great deal in today's world. On a discounted terms, it offers a great deal of life lessons just in 1 week's time.
Right. Let us also see what are the famous temples, because generally people go for temple visit, because as we mentioned, this is a spiritual city. Now, when we are talking about temples, so what are the main temples?
Well, this city is having at least 2,000 temples, Kanchan, and world record holders in the temples. Probably these are more, but 2,000 temples, and these temples are in the serpentine streets, or we call them गली. बनारस गलियों का शहर है. एक गली से दूसरी गली से शहर खत्म हो जाता है, जिंदगी खत्म नहीं होती कंचन. So some of the great temples of this city are, of course, Kashi Vishwanath, Sankat Mochan, Bharat Mata Temple, Durga Temple, and there are many, many more such temples. Each temple has got a history, and each temple is a delight to visit. And the moment you keep your feet over there, there is a goosebumps because of the surroundings, because of the feeling of a divine presence in these places. Especially Kashi Vishwanath, which I have felt personally, and people say that when you are in Banaras, you must make your presence registered with Kashi Vishwanath. Though he is the reigning deity or the king of the city, there is also a Kotwal or a police officer deity in the city, where you must register your presence if you have to be saved from some untoward events, which is also very common in this city.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you see, Banaras has a special place in all Indians' heart, because it is said that once you visit Banaras, or by any chance you die in Banaras, then you attain salvation. The city is considered to be very, very pious. So I would like to know now, what is the maximum period one can spend in the city to really witness and visit all the places and witness that kind of feeling and aura of the city? Well,
Kanchan, for me, this is something very interesting, and I have never understood the essence of it. I have seen in Banaras or Kashi, people reaching to some of the lodges or hotels, or not hotels, dharamshalas or lodges, that they would pass away very, very soon. They would die. And as you just said, dying in Banaras near the Ganges gives the salvation and freedom from the life and death cycle. There are places where people check in for a week or so, or 10 days, and they think that they will pass away and they will be free from the cycle. But that does not happen all the time. So they have to move out. So Banaras or Varanasi is a 24/7 into 365 days city, always beaming and always in the move. And one can just observe it standing at from any one ghat, one can stand and just observe how in front of the eyes all aspects of life can be seen. In some ghats, people are taking a dip in the Ganges to do away with all the sins And on some other ghats, people are cremating the bodies. And throughout the day and night, not a single time the cremation stops. So, Benares has got almost like 88 ghats, known 88 ghats, and all of these ghats are spectacular. Some of them are more popular than others, but I will tell you, every ghat has a story, and probably it comes from that Varanasi only. Ghat ghat ka pani pee kar aaya hu.
Well, on a lighter side, you mentioned a muhavra kind of thing. But I also want to ask you that now in modern times, Banaras has shifted. I think I've read, I've never visited Banaras, and that is in my list to visit Banaras once in lifetime, because most of Indians, they have this city, I mean, in the traveling list, and they want to visit the city once in a lifetime. So I'm also among these people. But I would like to ask you, like, I've heard this is a combination of modern and ancient cultures, because it also represents by Narendra Modi, our Prime Minister, and Banaras has found its representation in the Parliament. And newly, I think last year, we also have a cruise which is being introduced on Ganga. So tell me how this is a mixture of modern and ancient cultures or lifestyles.
Well, Kanchan, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose Varanasi as his constituency. I think it is a feather in Mr. Narendra Modi's cap and not in Varanasi's cap. Varanasi has been a place for luminaries, for the Vidwan, for the intellectuals, for the intelligence. In the modern times, I remember Prem Chand, Madan Mohan Malviya, and the music gharanas of Pandit Ravi Shankar, Bismillah Khan, and many more. And in that list, there are, I think, in the city has given at least 2 or 3 Bharat Ratnas to our country. So Banaras is actually the cultural capital of the modern India, I would say, in last 300 years, where a lot of a thought process has gone through about shaping up the modern India. Banaras Hindu University, BHU, is one glaring example of that. It was established with the help of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya and Annie Besant, who also started Theosophical Society in the city. And thinking about Goswami Tulsidas writing Ramcharitmanas and simplifying it around the time of Akbar's reign in this country around 1560, this is something which is amazing. And this city is also a place or a home to some of the great medical wonders like plastic surgery. This is one of the oldest plastic surgery practice can be found in Varanasi. Use of calculus. One of the ghat also has an observatory put up by one Rajputana king from Jaipur. So in this one place, this city shows about the life and death and everything in between. Food, amazing, all kinds of food. I know you are going to ask me about vegetarian food, and I must tell you, the breakfast of Varanasi, kachori, jalebi, milk, lassi, and there are others. Varanasi is a confluence of human life and for the celebration of human life. And I think this place is having a place of Shiva. I mean, this is Shiva's place. And therefore, there are even sometimes you can find tantric practices. In the 60s and 70s of India, this was the hub of hippie movement. Foreigners coming from outside and spending a lot of time around the Ganges in the Varanasi area. And the sunrise and the sunset in the Ganges in Varanasi. This is something, a surreal world. It's a surreal experience.
Well, as you mentioned, the BHU, the Banaras Hindu University. And for our viewers, I would like to tell that Banaras Hindu University is one of the largest university of Asia. And all kind of education streams are being taught, from Jyotish Vidya to science to astronomy. Every subject will have a place in Banaras University. And now I will come to the city. Definitely, the city is awesome. It has a special place in our lives. It gives lot of, even by pronouncing also, Banaras, Varanasi, Kashi, because Shankaracharya is also being said visited the city, and from there he started the traveling to all over India and taking the messages of Shiva. And as you mentioned, this is a city of Shiva. Shiva established this city. So now I would like to ask you how you will describe the city, maybe in 1 and 2 words.
No, this is not possible, Kanchan. For Varanasi, this is not possible because it has so deep connections, especially with me as a soul city. For me, I don't think there is any distinction of a soul city in our lexicon today. But this city is about Ganges. This city is about ghats. This city is about intellectuals. This city is about everyone coming together and believing in that happiness of life and also sadness of death. Or you can actually reverse it also: happiness of death and sadness of life in the real terms. This city is also a place for so many different kind of temples from India. I believe Kashi Vishwanath is being served by the priests from Tamil Nadu, if I'm correct. There are a lot of Bengali population in Varanasi. They have found some great Bengali mystics in the shores of Banaras. And therefore, this city is larger than life itself. It is larger than its people itself. And one must visit this city. And I think in the modern parlance, in today's time, probably it is not as a hot travel destination, but one who is seeking to know some meaning of life must visit this city. And they would call, once they visit, they would call you Kanchan, they would call me and say thank you.
Well, as you have very well mentioned, because we cannot shrink the identity of city Banaras into few words, because it is a city of tremendous feelings, tremendous outputs, tremendous of giving to mankind. And from very antiquity, the city is being flourishing. It's being served by people. It's being kind of given many things to the people. But before I end, I just also want to mention to our viewers that Banaras is not only famous for spirituality, but it is also a modern city, because how can I forget the Banarasi sari? Or there are few modern things which are happening at the moment. After 2014, there's a lot of development which city has witnessed. So, as usual, Sitesh, it is so wonderful to talk to you, and we'll be taking a trip to another wonderful city of the world in our next episode. Till then, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by, in fact, all countries. I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The the regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. The purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth. Because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose, because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are you going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone, and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today I thought that I will start a digital course for the benefit of everyone across the world. And the reason behind starting this course is really increasing the literacy around the digital arena. So, as we know that the world is moving towards, and therefore it is very, very important for everyone to become literate as far as the digital skills are concerned. So in this course we will not give you any training about what digital skills you need to know, like presentation skills, talking skills, and so on and so forth. Rather, we will concentrate on the digital quotient. Now, before I start this course, let me give you a little bit of background. The course, as you know, is called Top Brass DQ. DQ stands for the Digital Intelligence Quotient, and we will talk about what is DQ in a moment. But in entirety, this particular course will talk more about digital literacy skills and whether you are ready for the next couple of years and find new opportunities. So you see, friends, if we have to look at the industry, we are talking about Industry 4.0 at this point in time. A lot of organizations are coming towards Industry 4.0 based solution. But let's understand what is the evolution and how we have reached to Industry 4.0. At some point in time in the past, it was Industry 1.0, which was essentially at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which predominantly started in Europe. In those days, the success of individual was entirely dependent on the physical skills, how much strength you have, what is your endurance from the physical standpoint. And that is why the success was largely dependent on whether this person can physically exert himself, and that translated, or that quality of humans translated into creating industry which is 1.0. And that industry 1.0 reigned starting from 1700 roughly to about 1850. And in 1850, when people started becoming more inclined towards mathematics and physics, and some of these, developing music, which also require a lot of skills. So the mind power started coming in a big way. And that mind power essentially started in 1850, where people started using their mind and their intellect to started inventing things. So the era of discoveries and inventions started, much before 1850. But let's say for the simplicity, it's 1850 onwards. And from that point in time, all these new skills which are coming out from thinking process of human beings laid the foundation of Industry 2.0, which again reigned for a couple of years. And so basically, how much intelligent you are was known as IQ. And I think most of us has heard about what is IQ. It's the intelligence question. So the real intelligence being measured started in 1850, and till today it is being measured. I mean, the IQ tests are there, and then if you are interested in knowing more about IQ, you can go and Google it. You will know about IQ. But really, in 1950, the era of having emotions also part of your thinking power was established very well. And when you can control crowd, when you can convey your ideas, you can handle emotions, you can handle objections. So these are all skills which are required in order to succeed beyond 1950. So just to summarize, there was a time when you need only physical skills, and there was a time when you just need thinking and knowledge based skills. And in 1950 and beyond, you also need emotional skills and soft skills. You should be able to speak properly, you should be able to address the crowd, you should be able to convey the idea. So really, the combination of all these powers that human had was known as EQ, which is a combination of mind, knowledge, and soft skills and emotions. So this EQ quotient was driving the industry 3.0. In this time, there's a lot of conversation about computer chips. There's a whole revolution which happened between 1950 to 2010. The internet came in a big way. Humans sent satellite to the space. Man landed on moon. Uh, Big submarines were created by large countries, and a lot of advancements. The cars, ships, supply chain, enterprise resource planning, music. So it revolutionized the EQ quotient of mankind, revolutionized the industry 3.0 and created a foundation. Now, this was going on until 2010, and in 2010, Industry 4.0 came in being, which is the next stage of human technological evolution. And this is being driven by the EQ plus an additional factor of how much digital knowledge you have. So this is the emergence of something called DQ. So from 2010 onwards, how much successful you will be to get employed in industry 4.0 or 4.0 will be largely dependent on your DQ. So what is DQ? DQ stands for your mind, knowledge, your emotions, your soft skills, and also your literacy levels on the digital platform. So right now the industry 4.0 is driving the entire industry. The digital is coming in a big way, and as we move forward towards industry 5.0, the chances are there will be AI based engine, there will be virtual reality which will come in a big way, but that is for future. But for next 10 years, DQ plays a major role. So every human being has to ensure that they have a higher DQ in order to stay relevant for next 10 years and develop skills which are employable in the industry 4.0. So this is something, the basis of what we want to offer for everyone, whether you are a teenager or you are a professional or even an elderly person. Everyone has to increase their DQ, and this course will open up the thought process of everyone, and they will push to attain higher DQ. So what are the risks if you do not have a DQ? So if you don't have the DQ, there are a lot of threats. I mean, apart from a threat which is that you are not relevant and you may not be employable after some time, but then there are threats which are related to children. So, their abuse can happen on the internet, because internet is being utilized by everyone today. Uh, your banking is happening through internet. Your supply chain is happening through internet. Your retail business, your groceries are all going on the internet platform, and also the education. In fact, the court system, legal system is also moving towards the digital arena. The tradition of court is usually was the lawyer will stand in front of judge. All that is moving towards on a video conferencing platforms. Then your taxation is moving towards the digital world,
and also the education. So the first party which is affected by this transition is the children, because they are studying not in the classroom, they're studying in a class, but the class is virtual class. They, along with their students, their fellow students, they actually attend the class through an online platform, and therefore they expose themselves for online abuse, some sort of addiction, some sort of digital information, fake news, also sometimes invasion to their privacy, because if they are not aware or if they don't have the right skills to control the internet using their DQ, they will be under a lot of threats. There are other things which we can talk about, and we will address those issues during this course. Then the identity theft. This is a very big risk. It's basically you're losing your identity and somebody else assumes your identity. So since you're on the internet, the physical appearance has to be exactly replicated on the internet, on the platforms. So if you don't have that kind of DQ, so that you can control your physical, uh, match your physical presence with your internet-based presence, there is a chance that your identity can be stolen, can be misused, and you will suffer because of that. Or the person whose identity has been stolen will have to suffer the consequences of this. And the last risk is cybercrime. So cybercrime is basically like a war at this point in time, where um, this crime can be committed using internet against a person or a company or a corporation or even a country. You can actually wage a war electronically, digitally on a country to spoil their finances, to create a narrative. You can influence an election, which will then change the direction in which the country is moving. So there are a lot of risks associated with not having adequate DQ in humans. So, what are the real problems that we need to focus on? The real problems are really, first, you have to become a digital citizen of the world. That means whatever you are in the physical form, the same has to be replicated in the digital arena. And there is increasing need for orientation programs to make you aware how you can become a better digital citizen. That means you should be able to uh, be literate to use different systems which are available, like gaming, banking, taxation, purchasing, supply chain, order management, thousand other things. TV programming, watching some sort of content, and so on. So everything has to be done by your identity, and you have to control your identity so that it should not be misused. Second is the opportunity. So more and more people are now realizing that the digital skills are paramount. Even the large corporations will employ people with higher digital skills. So digital creativity is very important. Digital creativity is something which will make the adult population relevant in their job arena. And last but not the least, the problem is the competitiveness. Now, everybody is, there was a time when you had to physically compete with each other in a classroom or in a job, for promotions, for making money, for raising funds. But all of that has now moved to digital arena, you have to raise funds in a digital platform. You have to you have to study using digital platform. You have to present yourself in digital platform. So there is a lot of competition which is growing on the internet. So these are the problem statements, and higher DQ will give you solution to succeed. For example, if you are a good digital citizen with higher DQ, then you will learn to live in a digital environment safely, responsibly, and also use technology in a very optimum manner. Next one is digital creativity, which will give you ability to turn your ideas into reality. using digital platforms. So if you have a digital bent of mind, you have a higher DQ, you will be more creative. You will be able to come out with opportunities for yourself and for your people within your group or your employees, and generate revenue for everyone. And the last is the digital competitiveness. So since the competition is happening on the internet today, everything is moving on to internet. Even the media has moved to internet. All your TV channels are coming through network. Um, no longer the time have gone that you need to read any max or a newspaper. Today you read everything on the internet. So higher DQ will propel you further to become a much more smarter entrepreneur and basically create your impact. So these are the things which will higher DQ will give you. And in order to increase your DQ, see, I am telling you that we are not going to give you any digital training in this program. We will only focus on increasing your literacy around the digital intelligence question. So we have divided this course into 24 different chapters so that by end of every chapter, expert in that particular uh, quality, and you move towards becoming more literate and have a higher DQ. So starting with digital identity, what are the ways you can actually control your identity, and introduce you what is digital identity and how you can protect yourself. Going forward, how to use technology, because if you keep clicking everywhere, the chances are that there are a lot of viruses and malware may infect and probably create a risk environment for you. The third chapter is about cybersecurity, and the cybersecurity can be affected. You can be affected by cybersecurity because of the behavior. Sometimes there are some behavioral aspects that you don't even look at it. So in that chapter, we will cover about that. Then there is something called personal cybersecurity. So in chapter 4, we will cover that. Digital empathy, digital footprint management. When you use your system, you actually leave a lot of information about yourself. So how to prevent that happening. Then there is a media information literacy. See, when you're actually talking about your business or about your subject, you have to consult, you have to basically use media, which is the online media. So there will be a chapter on media information and literacy around that. Then privacy management. Then there is a co-creator identity. Sometimes you and your colleague both become creator of something, and then what is your identity and also the co-creator identity is important, which will give you a higher DQ. Healthy use of technology, content risk management, network security, self-awareness, communication and collaboration. So these are all different subjects. There are 24 different subjects that we will talk about in this course. Content creation, IPR stands for intellectual property rights management. So there are a lot of legality around it. You no longer you can copy somebody else's work and start claiming as yours. So there are a lot of IPR, there are a lot of legal issues around it. Then if you're making a change to your system, so change maker identity, civic use of technology, community cyber risk, cyber security, relationship management, mass communication, AI literacy, and rights management. So these are the 24 subjects we will be covering in our course, and today's session is only about the awareness overview, and every day or every after 1 or 2 days I will be publishing all these different chapters separately in the form of video, which are very easy to watch. In the end, if you complete the entire course, you will be DQ'd. Your DQ will be much higher. Your mind will open up about the possibilities, and you will get a chance of increasing your skills so that you are employable in Industry 4.0. So, friends, I just want to give you this overview today, but very soon I will meet you again and continue this course as I explained in different chapters. So there are 24 chapters. Wait and study all of those 24 sessions that I will be presenting to you. So see you next time. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. In India, we always have the longest holidays as compared to any other country in the world. It starts from much before than Diwali. There is Vijayadashami, then Diwali, then Christmas, then New Year, and the list goes on. After that, there will be another holiday. So we in India have the best of both worlds, but I think the Christmas is on the horizon. And what is the type of lessons businesses can learn, or the leaders can learn business lessons from Christmas? To discuss this very, very interesting subject, we will be joined by Mike Bradley from UK, who's the founder and managing director of Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good to speak to you again. And it's not as cold as it looks in the background there, but that is my local town, Christchurch, which is a very pleasant spot in delightful Dorset on the south coast of England. So good to see you. Good to speak to you again.
Well, Mike, welcome to the show. And the topic is Christmas. And as you know, the entire world is getting into the warmth of Christmas. The celebrations are in the air. Whichever part of the world you are living in, Christmas is being celebrated. So the topic is what the business lessons or leadership lessons we can all learn from Christmas. What is your opinion?
Okay. Well, I think you've mentioned the very first thing, which is warmth. One of the things that's most important about this time of year, I believe, is having a positive spirit towards other people. And this, I think, is one of the most fundamental leadership skills and approaches that leaders need to have. You need to have a positive spirit towards people. If you've got a different approach to that, it might last in the short term, but over the long term, you can guarantee that's not going to sustain not either your business or your personality in a positive way. Inevitably, I think the term is what goes around comes around. So if you treat people in a positive way, I believe that will come back to you in a positive way. Some people call it karma, I think. And I do believe that's the first important thing we need to draw from the Christmas season, is the warmth and the positive approach that we take towards people. That would be the first one. So I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, definitely, I agree with that. Warmth is very important. However, the general feeling in public is that it's a holiday season and nobody wants to talk about business. So here we are, two guys trying to bring some justice to the business lessons. So, what do you talk about it? What is your opinion? How we can think and lessons that we can learn during this season, even though we are looking towards the holidays?
I think we can split this into two sections. There's what I call the festive and also the faith. So I think both have a potentially positive impact on business leadership. If we think first of all about the festive, of course, we all enjoy this. Doesn't matter where you go in the world, you'll see Christmas trees, you'll see Christmas decorations. And I think there's, I like my alliteration. In this case, there's 3 Gs, I think, that are associated with the festive side of Christmas. The first one is gratitude, an attitude of gratitude, which I think is really good. But it's a time when, as leaders, business leaders, individuals, we have the chance to say thank you. And that's something that I think has for many years been fundamental to a good people management approach. There was a book written by Ken Blanchard back in the 1980s called 1 Minute Manager. So one of the things that came out of that was you have to have a positive praising approach towards people management. Something I think has been fundamental to my life, working life, political involvement, etc., is to have this, foster this attitude of gratitude. Because if you can encourage people, catch them doing something right, then that is also, it pays back in terms of you'll get more productive and positive benefit from those people. So I think an attitude of gratitude is the first one that comes out of the festive feelings. Then, of course, there's giving. One of the things we do in the UK Christmas is we give gifts, and the act of giving. And of course, there's the Father Christmas story. I don't know if you have that in India, but basically St. Nicholas, I think this is up in Scandinavia, used to go around giving gifts without expectations of getting anything back. And I think that's another very positive thing that business leaders can gain, is to actually have a giving approach, because there's the term anyway, which is called give as get. If you give things without expectation, I think it's gratefully received. If your return can be in any number of ways. So I think that's the second G of the festive season, gratitude and giving. And then, of course, generosity. And I separate that out from giving, because I believe this is a time when we need to look around us, need to look at the employees, but the people, the community that we live and work in. And it's an opportunity for us to actually be generous to maybe the less fortunate that we all see. And I think that's the responsibility of leaders within this period of the year, but also it sets a good example for the entire year. This doesn't mean you just do these things at Christmas, although that's when we do that sort of approach. But I do believe that these are 3 areas, 3 Gs that we can implement throughout the world, throughout the year: gratitude, giving, and generosity. What do you think?
Absolutely, Mike. In fact, in India, we celebrate all festivals because of the diversity that exists in this country. So it's not about religion, it's all about celebration. So if you look at the predominant festivals that we have here in India, it's all about celebration. So whatever festival we come across, we start celebrating. So it's not about, it's a question of faith for some, but not too much. And you mentioned about giving. I think that is very, very important. In India, because I come from India, I'll talk about India. In India, the giving is the foremost virtue of society here. So there are always given that we have to give from whatever you're earning. You have to give certain portion to charity, etc., to animals, not to harm anybody. But I think the message is very, very clear with Christmas and the Santa Claus and giving gifts without expecting any returns is what the learning is. Over to you, Mike. This is what my understanding and my short answer to you.
Yeah, that's true, and that is, of course, the festive side, as you rightly say. But I also think there are lessons that the faith side of Christmas can give, no matter what your faith is. I think those of us who do have faith in something, whatever that something happens to be, there are certain characteristics that come out of that. And of course, faith at Christmas for some is the birth of Jesus Christ. Okay, so what can we learn from that? That doesn't mean that it's irrelevant to anybody else of another faith, but the same aspects, I believe, we can transfer and say that they're relevant to anybody who's got a faith. And what are the leadership lessons, business leadership lessons particularly? I think the first one is that there's accountability. When you have a faith, whatever that is, you are answerable to whoever that is that you believe in. And that approach, I believe, provides the right context and right environment for prudent and sensible business management. It means that you don't ride roughshod over people. You treat people with respect. You treat people with compassion. You are, in effect, accountable. We are all accountable, whether we have a faith or no faith. We're all accountable to somebody, be it shareholders, be it the bank manager, be it, so accountability, I think, is a fundamental one that comes out. And I do believe that faith, whatever faith you have, gives a very good perspective on that accountability. And that leads me on to the second trait that I think business leaders can adopt from this is humility. Believing that we are not the most important person on the earth, the egomaniac, should we say. There's a degree of humility which enables us to optimize the opportunities through people and for any business by having a humble approach. You've heard me talk before about the corporate AAA syndrome, corporate amnesia, forgetting that the customer is important and makes up the spreadsheets, corporate asphyxiation, where they're so high in the clouds, you're not breathing fresh air, not listening to customers, not listening properly to employees, and of course, corporate arrogance, where you think you've arrived and you're always going to be there. These three, corporate AAA, is the opposite, if you like, of having a humble approach to leadership, management, and development. And particularly in these dynamic times, global times, there's no room, I believe, for arrogance. So those business leaders who have a humble approach to what they're doing will keep their ears to the ground, their eyes and ears open, listening for change, adapting to things because they don't think they've arrived. If you look at any sustained technology company over the years, be it Microsoft, be it Apple, be it Amazon, they are in a continual state of change. And they are not changing because the leader has said, we've got to do this. They're changing because the market is demanding those changes. So that is a humble spirit that keeps business leaders, I believe, on the right track. And that's something that very definitely, I think, comes from an attitude of faith, that we're not the most important person on the earth. And then finally, I think the faith gives us leadership by example as the third area, because if leaders demonstrate the right approach, the right values, the right way to treat people, the right humility and accountability, they will demonstrate that to their staff, and hopefully a few of them, maybe 80%, 80-20 rule, if we're lucky, will adopt those same approaches, values in the way they speak to customers and fellow employees and team players, the way they deal with the community. So I do believe that that's the third area that we can learn from the faith side of the Christmas season, which is accountability, humility, and leadership by example.
And I think you also mentioned about the gift. So I'm also concerned about how do you manufacture gift as efficiently as Santa Claus and the elf. So well-oiled machinery running in the North Pole, producing all these gifts. I think that is also another example that your business should be well-oiled, highly motivated, and so that the distribution can also happen across the world by Santa Claus, isn't it, Mike? Just to make a lighter point.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the distribution network is absolutely vital there as well. I mean, he's got to have a lot of helpers all working for the same goal and the same vision to ensure that he can get around the entire world in this time period. Yeah, very, very definitely. I think there's a good example of leadership there, which we can all learn from, of course.
Well, also it is relevant for everyone, not only kids, that you can wish for a gift and Santa Claus will fulfill that wish. So I think we are running a Six Sigma distribution network here because those gifts are never wrong, isn't it?
There you go. There you go. And of course, we are all given these gifts. So, be they skills, be they expertise, be they natural abilities, be it charisma. These are all things that we can adopt, we can optimize, and they are the positive things that we can draw on as business leaders, both with employees, customers, communities, getting engagement, productivity, performance, and payback in our environments. And as we've spoken about before, we can have these big national goals or global goals like they have at the COP summit, but actually, at the end of the day, it comes down to how we as individuals act and perform, and consequently, we have to ensure that we are doing these things in the best way over the course of our working lives and in our environments, because that's where we can have a most positive impact. So it's not just about what the government they can do or what money they have. It's what are you doing with your resources? What are you doing in terms of gratitude, giving, and generosity? How are you adopting your approach in terms of accountability, humility, and leadership by example? And these are things that we very definitely need to work together. And I do believe that it doesn't matter who you are, whatever your position, these are lessons, these are helpful mantras that can ensure that we're all on the right track. Because at the end of the day, we're all just people. So it's no good us pointing the finger at the politicians and saying it's all their fault. Because actually they're only able to act based upon what we as the voters, the activists, actually do locally. And if we don't act properly, then the result's going to be a nationwide catastrophe. So I do believe we've all got a responsibility to act in ways that are wholesome and positive.
Well, Mike, I think you have given a lot of lessons today. Viewers who are watching our program would gather this essence of what you have given us today. Is very, very important. And it was a pleasure talking to you today, especially on the eve of Christmas. So wishing you happy holidays and also Merry Christmas. We'll catch up in the next one. Any last thoughts you have for the viewers?
I would just like to say that there's a lot of negativity around at the moment. There's a lot of uncertainty around at the moment. And over this next period of festivities, over the Christmas period, over the New Year period, just enjoy the people and be positive towards those you have around you. Be a positive contributor and look for the best in everybody, and try and work with that. And I wish everybody a very happy Christmas and a pleasant New Year.
Thank you, Mike. Wish you the same and catch you next time, next week, same time.
Look forward to it.
So, viewers, we had such a fantastic conversation with Mike, and all festivals actually gave us good feeling, gave us good vibes. And Christmas also gives us very good vibes. So the learning for us is having humility, leadership by compassion, giving, must get into habit of giving, respecting others, and managing your well-oiled machinery, supply chain, etc. with compassion. So I think these are some of the key lessons that the leadership of today can learn from Christmas. And this is a short message, but I'll catch you in the next one. Wish you happy holidays and Merry Christmas, all of you. Bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Another bright and sunny day in London after a full moon, beautiful full moon. And yourself?
Yes, it is bright and sunny and hot. Today is day 15.
Day 15 of lockdown. And we're on that letter L today, but we're not going to talk about lockdown. We're going to talk about how to get out of lockdown, unlocking lockdown, because there's a great opportunity here. And we're going to look at the word leverage, which
Certainly.
not many people understand, really, mainly because they don't understand how they can leverage what they're doing. And we're talking on a perfect platform, the Top Brass platform, which in itself is opportunity to leverage. But there are elements of leveraging, using your organization and the levers that are out there. And obviously, you need to be a good leader. So leadership comes into it. And we were talking, you and I were talking about the elements of leadership a little while ago. And one of the biggest elements of leadership is you need to know what's going on. You need to be that Sherlock Holmes, be the investigator, find out exactly what's going on. And I think you were saying that you've got kids that were doing that very thing, during lockdown. Isn't that right?
Yes, Neville. Actually, kids have tried everything because they are in total lockdown. They have tried to play carom. They've tried to play chess. They've tried to play anything that is all the games available. The only thing is that they are not allowed to go out. And kids want to run. They want to go to park. They want to play cricket. They want to play whatever team games. So since the kids are stuck, and yesterday I was surprised, as you can see in this picture, they started their binoculars and they started observing things from our penthouse.
But that's brilliant, because they're doing what we would say is the very first form of leadership. They're becoming aware of what's going on, and we call that being an investigator. What do I see? Why am I seeing that? What's happening over there? And that is a fundamental part of leverage, because if you don't know what's currently happening, you're not going to be able to leverage what you're doing into what's happening, if that makes sense. So the classic is utilizing LinkedIn platforms, Facebook platforms. Again, these are digital platforms, and they're really the only place at the moment, apart from picking up the phone and calling people, that you can really start to leverage your business and get your team to leverage it as well, which allows you to have communication with other people, so you can collaborate through leveraging what you do, what they do, make that introduction. So leverage is one of these words that people really have never really understood, because they're so deep involved in what they're currently doing. But just take a step back. Be that investigator, like your kids yesterday. Put the binoculars on. Have a good look what's going on out there. And it's the first element of being a good leader. You might call it being aware in its simple form. but how aware are we? Do we really know what's happening in our organization, in our business, how people are thinking when we communicate with them? Are we clear with our communication? So all of these things get wrapped up. But if we're into our leverage mode, we need to investigate what's happening and really find out the nuts and bolts of not just what makes the business work, but what makes me work, and more importantly, what makes our customers work. Because in the past we've talked about from contact to contract is one letter, R, relationships. And it comes back to the first thing, what relationships have I got? How can I leverage those relationships? Are they important to me? Now's the time to make all those actions. And you've got hundreds of people that you've been relating to and calling over the last few weeks while you've been on lockdown, and you've been leveraging those conversations, I'm sure. You know, any one in particular that comes out, what problems they're facing or what issues that they're looking at?
Yes, Deval. In fact, let me summarize my discussions with a lot of people. See, there was a time where, we all thought, you, me, and my colleagues, that any sales or any business cannot be generated without the person getting on the street, getting into the car, and going physically have a face-to-face meeting with a client. In fact, there are companies like Levers and some of these large companies, they have invested heavily in developing van salesmen. That means the sales guys used to live in van and then do business out of van. For the last 100 years, I think what we are seeing is going to rewrite the whole concept. And from B2B business, I think the new model will evolve, that is consumer to consumer. And most of the people are having difficulty understanding this thing which is visible right on our face. And a lot of leaders are saying, hey, the B2B is going out of the window, and the business model which will evolve now will be consumer to consumer. And I think that is a summary of what, to answer your question, that is the summary that I got from my experience.
Well, it's an interesting concept because the bottom line is you're a consumer. I'm a consumer. We happen to be business owners. So if we can put ourselves in the position of us as a consumer, we will make not just the C2C work and the B2C work, we will really make the B2B work. So whether or not new business models come out of this is perhaps a little too early to understand. I mean, I've heard people have said this year, we're going to lose 2 quarters. So half the year will disappear. But they're positioning themselves to come back, to leverage where they currently are and come back and get triple the sales, because not just the competition may have disappeared for whatever reason, but the competition may not have got up to speed as fast as they have. So they're really taking advantage of the digital arena. And we've only got to look at history here. A lot of people thought Amazon were mad when they started to go into the book world. Because Amazon literally was, oh, you bought this book, would you like to buy this other one? And then all of a sudden, they become the biggest retailer in the world. From absolutely nowhere. It took a number of years, obviously, but they took the leap. They took that leap early. They saw an opportunity in the marketplace and they took the leap. And now, if you look at what Amazon is, they've completely leveraged their model. What they've got is they've got lots of people that know Amazon. And we all know the picture of Amazon, the A to Z, that little arrow that goes underneath. And in the back of our mind, we know from A to Z, I can get anything. if it's in the alphabet, they will supply me and they'll deliver anywhere. And as we now know, drone delivery is either there or will be a big feature in the next 2 to 3 years. And of course, that'll be digital too, because they'll be able to deliver it to your penthouse. They won't have to climb the stairs. They won't have to ring the bell and say, come down and get it, as they're currently doing here now, they're delivering to the curbside. So again, just think of where your business is currently, but you've really got to, it's self-reflection. Have a good look at where you are, what you can do, and then leverage out of it. And what you will find is that a lot of your leverage opportunities will come from you being a good leader and being able to collaborate more with other people. And we know how to collaborate. It's just that we haven't really worked out what we're doing. So that's part of thinking and introspection of what you're currently doing in a business. But like anything else, day 15, and we've got a few more days to go. But I believe your cabinet's meeting today, so your lockdown may well extend. So, and could even get worse. So, tighter restrictions. But again, you're not in control of that. Someone else is going to make those decisions. So it needs to be in the mix, in your planning, but come out the other side much, much stronger. And you can if you really look.
So, Neville, in fact, we are totally geared up for a few days ahead, or few months ahead, or counting our quarters. And we have built this platform called Top Brass, which allows consumer-to-consumer interactions. So, and it is available. I mean, I welcome people to collaborate with you and me to reach out to the client, find new ways to address the clients and customers, or even existing clients. So our platform can be leveraged. And while everybody is on lockdown, because we don't know how long the lockdown will continue, and even after the lockdown is lifted in a phased manner, it is not going to be walk in the park.
No.
So I think we are locked in for some more time. So leverage.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And as you say, it over time, I mean, it may be, and we've heard from Paris today, that actually it's going to get very tight. It's going to get tighter. So they're narrowing their opportunities currently. There will be an unlocking period. So the dogs will be let out. The point is, they're not going to be let out, as you say, straight into the park. There'll be a phased unlocking. So we need to position ourselves for all elements of that unlocking process. So we do have time now, but make the most of time. Don't say, I'll do it tomorrow. Because as you know, that's behavioral waste. That's knowing what you really need to achieve today to do it tomorrow. Because guess what? When you wake up in the morning and the sun's shining, you say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Because your habit is now forming. And you do not want to form that habit of, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow.
And tomorrow never.
That's not, well, exactly. The words and the phrases are out there. Tomorrow never comes. And so do what you can today as though tomorrow will never come. And then you can feel confident and accomplished of what you've done today. That's not to say you won't have a huge list of things to do. I've got loads of lists that I have to get on with. But achieve them. Leverage what you're doing. That's the message today. Get an opportunity. The digital arena is definitely here. We're evidence of it, being several thousand miles away, still talking to each other. So now the message for you today is use the platform, this platform, any other platform but understand your business needs, what it's capable of doing, what your customers want, and get out there and keep telling them, this is what you do, this is how you do it. Keep the message flowing.
Thank you, Nick.
Because
I
day 16 is coming.
Absolutely. I hope people are listening to you. You are such a great voice from our industry. You are literally a leader and corporate mentor. I hope people listen to you and they get prepared for days to come.
Well, I hope so. And like anything else, give us your feedback. We're here. These sessions are here to help you. You know, and you'll struggle. We all struggle, but you'll struggle even more if you don't ask. So send us what problems you're having. Send us the difficulties perhaps that you're facing. There's always an answer. We may not have the answer, but we probably know someone that has. So good luck. Day 16 tomorrow. You're halfway through your day. I'm sort of a bit through my day. So be safe, stay home, and enjoy it. It will never be like this again.
You too, Neville, and we'll again speak tomorrow.
Cheers, CK.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and I am Chandrakant. And in today's legal matter, we will discuss one of the pressing news that we have heard, all of us, which arose from the northeast side of our country. And to discuss this matter, I will have a very distinguished personality who understands the legal aspects. I will basically take a very short break and join you back along with my guest after a disclaimer. Welcome back, friends, and I'm very honored and pleased to invite Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad. He is advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and the topic of our discussion today is boundary dispute between Assam and Mizoram. So, welcome to the show, Jeet. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. I'm good, thank you. It's my privilege and honor to be here on legal matters to discuss this very important issue with regard to the border dispute between Mizoram and Assam. Since it is for the first time we saw a few days back that the armed police got into an conflict with an armed police of a different state. So this is unprecedented, unheard of in recent history. And therefore, certainly, it is a very unfortunate incident. But brief understanding and background of what happened is very important for the citizens of this country.
Absolutely. In fact, it was such a surprising thing that the police forces were having a dispute or are sort of an argument, as if there are two countries within our Indian territory are fighting. So, and the chief ministers behaving slightly differently. So what really is the boundary issue? That's my question, you know, for the benefit of our viewers who are watching us live and can also post question to you live. What is the issue here? Because I think we are part of one country, which is India. How we can have a boundary dispute between two states? Can you enlighten our viewers about this?
Yes, Chandrakant, yes, absolutely. In fact, border disputes are basically between two nations or two different countries. But here we are seeing in India that there are border disputes between states. And this is not the first border issue that has come up, even the border issue with regard to Belgaum, where Maharashtra and Karnataka both are claiming it to be a part of its own territory, have also surfaced. But these are internal disputes which have to be solved amicably through any state council, which suggest and provide for its recommendation, and it has to be solved amicably without use of violence. But we have seen in northeast region, northeast region, which basically comprises of these 8 states: the Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, and Sikkim. That there have been some disputes which has escalated into a lot of bloodshed. And the first to see the surprise claiming an autonomous and independent state was Nagaland in immediately after India gained independence. And the border disputes arise because of the demarcation and the borders drawn during the British era and how it got integrated into India. So just to give you a brief background, in the 19th century, how areas fell into the British colonial era and into the British territory is by way of the Anglo-Burmese War in the year 1826, when the Ahom and the Manipur kingdoms fell into the Burmese invasion, and they sought for the help from the British forces. And the British agreed to help these kingdoms if these kingdoms wanted to exceed its territory into the British India. And these princely kingdoms agreed, and therefore the British invaded these Burmese kingdoms and took control of Ahom and the Manipur princely state. And that is how the territory fell within the British India. So originally, at that time, it was Assam, Bengal and Assam province, which was controlling and managing these states, namely Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura and Manipur and Sikkim were these princely states. So during independence, when India attained independence in 1947, Manipur and Tripura acceded to India, and they were declared as union territories, whereas all other states were part of Assam. And even the British, while ruling these states, the ethnic minorities or the ethnic groups of these states always felt that they were isolated and they were not centralized. So there was a feeling of resentment in these ethnic minorities, and they being ethnic groups, tribal areas. They had their own lifestyle, they had their own manners of living, and their traditions were very important for them. And therefore, they hold it very, very importantly to their heart. And there should be no problem with that, because that freedom of speech expression or to freedom to give the manner in which is a part of fundamental right enshrined to every citizen. But there are also protections which are granted to minorities like the scheduled, these tribal areas, where even the constitution as well as the majority believes that the entire legal system also should not be trusted upon them, or it should not be imposed upon them. So therefore, a lot of provisions of the criminal procedure code are not applicable to these tribal areas, because these tribal areas have their own codes and they have their own manner of conducting a trial if an offense is happened. So therefore, this much liberty, this much leeway and this understanding has been shown, but somehow they have felt that there has been a feeling of resentment in them, and therefore initially in the years after independence, Nagaland started insurgency, then it went on to Mizoram. And Mizoram in particular, because in 1959 to 1961, there were famine, and which were resulted due to rats, but they are known as matam. And a lot of people died, and there was several widespread famine. And they, that time, believed that the government is not helping them to the extent that it should have helped. And therefore, this resentment led to Baldenga creating a party, and ultimately was tried to be suppressed by the government, but that became an insurgency and became a violent, and it led to a lot of trouble. Ultimately, in the year 1972, the Mizoram was granted the status of a union territory, as Nagaland was earlier granted the statehood. So on that line, Mizoram was also granted autonomous body, and it was declared as a union territory in 1922, and ultimately in the year 1986, it was granted complete statehood. So since 1986, Mizoram became a state in India, and now there were tribal areas who were tribal people who were inhabiting, that is known as the Mizo people, Mizo. And in 1875, the British had passed a notification wherein they had demarcated the territory of the Dushai Hills, and they had demarcated it from the plains of Kach. And that was done under the instructions and also the viewpoints of the tribal leaders at that time. And the Mizos believe that that is the correct border demarcation that had been done after consultation with their leaders in the year 1875. But thereafter, in 1933, the British came out with another notification and demarcated this boundary between Lushai Hills and Manipur. And that is the cause of problem, because today the Mizos want the 1875 border, which was demarcated, as the correct border of that state. But in the year 1972, when Mizoram was granted a union territory, at that time, this demarcation of 1933 was taken into consideration, and the demarcation in 1875 was neglected, considering that the 1933 is the new one, and that was considered to be the correct without consulting the leaders and the political persons in Mizoram. So therefore, this Kashar area has been demarcated, and it falls in Assam, whereas Lushai Hills is part of Mizoram. So this is the dispute, and this is why the Mizo people are claiming the original map of 1875 to be the correct border between Assam and Mizoram. And therefore, there are disputes, because what has happened is that family members who are living on that side have gone into another state, whereas they are here. And this has resulted into a lot of resentment. And therefore, this dispute has enraged. And now it resulted into violence of days back. And then the chief minister is also making statement that we will send forces on our border, as if they are saying that India is going to send forces on the border of China, towards China. So these statements are also not very supportive to these sensitive claims of these tribal people. And therefore now Constitution provides under Article 263 that interstate council has to be constituted to inquire and advise on disputes and to discuss subjects common to all states and make recommendations for better policy coordination. So the dispute should be resolved by way of an interstate council as provided under the Constitution. And it has to be done under constitutional means and not by using violence. So this is the short background of how this dispute has arisen because of this demarcation in 1875 and later on in 1933 between by the British administration.
Well, Jeet, I think this shows that our decision to divide these states on the basis of language is a wrong one. I think there should not be any dispute, because in the end of the day, we are part of India, which is a much larger country. And how we can have a dispute and the police fighting between two states? So I think we should do something about it. The division should not be based on any ethnicity or anything like that. It should be the India. And if you look at India today, it is completely mixed up. We see people from all over the place, everywhere else. If you go down to even Chennai, you will speak Tamil speaking Gujaratis. So I think we cannot demarcate on the basis of language. I think we should do something about it. And it's very unfortunate, hopefully the government of these two states have some sanity and resolve this issue amicably.
Yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right. But yes, because of globalization, modernization, we see today people of different states are also speaking different languages. And today, English has become one of the most prominent languages in India, which connects everyone. Though Hindi is our national language, but yes, to an extent, language should not create a barrier. But in this northeast region, people are sensitive. They are tribal areas. They are not completely modernized, or they're not integrated into this modern concept of living. And their lifestyle and their living, their traditions are extremely. They are quite different from ours, and that also has to be to an extent protected, and they should be given this feeling of security that their traditions would be protected, their areas would be reserved, and they should be given their voice should be heard. So I think those northeast region and their tribal people have to be dealt with in a very sensible and sensitive manner, rather than creating modernization in those areas. So therefore, I think the best way is to be more sensitized towards their uh, life, and to accept it as part of India, and to trust upon them the modern way of.
Well, I think I don't know how to, end our program, but it's very unfortunate. And, viewers who are watching this, they can actually engage with us live through the chat function across Facebook, YouTube, and LinkedIn. So if in case you have any questions, you can shoot it right away from Jeet. But Jeet, then I have one more question. This has given rise to a dispute between two states. It can again happen in future. So I think there has to be some stop to this, because otherwise, as Indian, basis of the language, there are so many languages. We start fighting with each other, with our way of life. Haryana will fight with Punjab, UP will fight with Rajasthan, and so on and so forth. So I think this is not something we can afford at this stage. What is your opinion on this issue?
No, absolutely. Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, India is known to be a diverse country, and despite so much of diversity, there is unity. And therefore, it is an epitome of unity in diversity. So certainly, unity is the most important aspect which binds this entire country, and there's so much diversity that we have. So every dispute can be resolved, but not at the cost of unity. So certainly that is the most important thing that has to be kept in mind. And we must not get into a fighting mode with our own states and our own people. And Assam actually is like the elder brother of these seven sisters. So certainly they have to act more responsibly, and also take care of the interest of tribal people. So certainly you are right, because we can't afford this internal fighting and internal disturbances when India wants to develop and become a modern thriving economy.
So Jeet, I just want to ask you last thing is there a some sort of help available from the constitution where such occurrence do not repeat in future? We can have some sort of a law or some sort of a blockage on these incidents. Is there something available in the law?
Yes, Chandrakant, under the constitution itself, it was thought by the constitution makers that such disputes should be resolved by way of an interstate council to resolve such interstate disputes. And therefore, this interstate council inquires, it advises on the disputes and discusses on subjects, common subjects of all the states, and it makes its recommendations for better policy coordination. So that provision is there, and thereafter the State Organization Act can be passed in order to change the borders between the states. So certainly under the law, there are provisions under the constitution also, there is a mechanism, and this interstate council must act and try to resolve this dispute, and thereafter certainly the law can be changed, and through a reorganization act, and the borders can be divided accordingly as per the as per the opinions of all the states combined.
I think that is very good, Jeet. I think you have explained the whole situation quite nicely because it was a major news just 2 days back, and some fatalities also happened. And hopefully, both the chief ministers will resolve their issue amicably. So now let's go to Q&A section. If there are any questions coming from the viewers. So today we do not have any questions directly from the viewers, but I think viewers, you can interact with our guests on any matter, especially in this section of legal matters. Our guest is Mr. Jeet Bhatt. You can have any questions, but I think it's a time to end our discussion today, as Jeet has explained the whole situation quite nicely. Thank you for coming over to our show, Jeet, today morning, and I wish you a very good weekend.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me, and same to you as well.
All right, viewers, I would like to say goodbye for today, and we will catch up in the next Akulmach live session very soon. Until then, I like to say bye for today.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show of art and architecture. And today we are discussing very interesting topic, and it is regarding Orcha architecture. Now, Orcha literally means a hidden place, and it stays true to its name. Orcha architecture has a blend of Bundelkhandi and Mughal influence, and structure are not only appreciated for their mesmerizing beauty, but also for their intelligent engineering. And to discuss this topic, we have a great personality, Professor Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at University of Illinois, USA, and also she has taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur, and in the Humanities and the Social Sciences Department of IIT Gandhinagar. She is also author of Landscape in India and also editor of Landscape Perfection and co-editor of Cultural Landscape of South Asia. And before I introduce you to her, I also want to add up that she's a senior Fulbright researcher at an Indian National Trust of Art and Cultural Heritage in New Delhi, and she is also recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So welcome to the show, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Very well. Thank you for inviting me.
So how is everything in Illinois? How is the weather there?
Well, spring is yet to come. We are waiting for it.
Okay, great. So as you know, we are discussing about mandala and influence of mandala in the architecture in India, and as I read somewhere that Orcha was founded in 1531 by Bundela Rajput chief Rudra Pratap Singh, who became the first king of Orcha. So can you please tell us how the medieval town of Orcha is based upon the planning according to mandala?
Yes. Let me go to my screen. So here we see two diagrams of mandalas from Puranic geography. And Hindus imagined the universe to be in the form of continents, ring-like continents separated by oceans. And in the very center was the continent of Jambudvipa, and to the south was Bharatvarsh. Now the center was held by Mount Sumeru. It was like an axis mundi reaching out to the heavens. And so what these mandalas tell us is that the number 7 is very sacred, for sure, but also the islands have great sanctity. So when the Bundelas decided to build their capital in Orcha, which is not too far away from Jhansi, only 16 kilometers, they chose a site which was already sanctified. It was on the banks of river Betwa, which emerges from Bhopal and goes on to meet Yamuna. And there are many streams cutting through the terrain. And remember, this is north of the Vindhyan ranges. So we have an undulating terrain with sandstone ridges going north-south, west-southeast. And when they chose this site, they built a fort, a Jaldurg, an island fort. So as I said before, islands have a special place in the Hindu imagination. And so this site was very auspicious. So what we see here is Betwa and its tributaries, Gurari and Jamner. And then there was another stream, which Adwar, which was made into a moat, and an island was thus created. And that's where they built the fort. And then they also built outside the fort. In fact, they built a city wall. And so if you look at the plan of Orcha, we have the inner core, which is the Jaldurg, and then we have buildings outside, monuments, palaces, temples, scattered all over the landscape. And then we have a kind of a circular wall, which surrounds the whole area. So today in Orcha, in 21st century Orcha, a lot of development has occurred. It remains as a small town, and there are panoramic vistas of temples and palaces which dominate the skyline. And when we mapped the terrain and the buildings, we found that there were indeed circles, that guided the location of the buildings. So the very, central circles in the center had the palaces, Raja Mahal Palace and Jahangir Palace as a center. And then we had temples on the rims of the circles. The outer circle connected the gateway with temples and chhatris. In addition to the circles, we see also direct views from one building to the other. And in a way, we see yantras being formed. So for instance, this view shed between Lakshmi Narayan Temple, Ram Raja Temple and Chhatri is an isosceles triangle. So even though the triangles and circles were not really in the form of streets, but they were visual axes. And so there is a visual structure that followed the mandala and the yantra pattern.
So actually, as you were telling us that Orcha is a historical town located on the banks of Betwa in Madhya Pradesh, and I think it's very well known place, and it's known for the grand palaces, intricate carved temples, famously known as the city of palaces. And it is a world renowned for classical mural painting, frescoes, chhatris, and it were also constructed to commemorate the Bundela rulers. The Orcha old world charm cast a spell on tourists from all around the world. Now, when we are talking about mandalas, I also want to ask you, was Orcha fort designed according to the Vastu Shastra?
Yes, it was. So Vastu Shastras and Shilp Shastras have guidelines on building forts. And one of the category of forts is the Jaldurg. And so this Jaldurg, the fort of Orcha, it rises above the stream and the river Betwa, as you see in the slide. And the walls are very strong, the ramparts are very strong. And when we look at the plan, even though the island is not quite a circle, it is a kind of a polygon and it is tapering. But the planning of the palaces and temples inside was according to cardinal directions. So the central palaces faced the temples, and they were east-west, and other palaces actually were at right angles to the longitudinal axis of the uh, island. The island is like 12 degrees east of north. And in Jahangir Mahal, on the floor of one of the uh, arcades, we found this very interesting diagram. It looks like a kind of a horoscope, with the building skyline and some numerals which we could not decipher. But this is very clear evidence that the Jal Durg was planned according to certain precepts of Vastu Shastra. We also see in the palaces an example of Paramsaik Mandal. So Raja Mahal, for instance, and Jahangir Mahal both are squares, and they have courtyards in the center. They are gridded squares. So on the upper floors, the grids guided the building of arcades, and on the topmost floor, they guided the building of domed chambers and chhatris. So the building became lighter with upper floors, and what we see is a kind of a inverted pyramid of open space. And this shows not only, as I said, the example of a Paramsaika mandala, but also it shows the influence of Indo-Islamic and especially Mughal architecture.
As the story goes, that after Babur's death, the Bundela Rajput chief Rudra Pratap, who ruled over a small area called Gar Kundar, founded an opportunity to expand his territories. In 1531, he founded a city of Orcha, which was only 56 kilometers from Gar Kundar. He chose this stretch of land along Betwa, as the professor was telling, as an ideal site for his capital, and became the first Raja of Orcha. Now, when there are palaces and when there are other architectural structures, I'm sure there must be a good and expanded form of temples also were there, and you can see those temples even today. So tell us about the temples of Orcha.
The temples of Orcha are very famous. The most famous is the Ram Raja temple. And the story goes that one of the Bundela rulers, Madhukar Shah, his wife, Ganesh Kumari, was a great devotee of Lord Ram. So she goes to Ayodhya to get the deity. And finally, the deity appears in the river when she threatens to drown. And then she brought the deity on foot from Ayodhya to Orcha, and it took her 8 months. And meanwhile, the temple for Lord Ram was in the process of being built. But when she arrives in Orcha, the temple had not yet been completed. So she places it in a palace, Rani Mahal, and then the deity refuses to move. And so this palace becomes the most famous temple from where Lord Ram rules over Orcha. However, other temples are built according to Shilpa Shastra, and the mandala here is Panchayana mandala. The Chaturbhuj temple, which was originally meant for Lord Ram, and where Krishna is being worshipped today, is actually built in the form of the Chaturbhuj, the four-armed form. And here is the Rani Mahal, the Ram Raja temple, and here is the Chaturbhuj temple, which is directly in axis with Raja Mahal, so that the queen and the king would always keep in sight of the deity, and the deity would be giving them their darshan. The temple is very interesting. It is a kind of a play on the patterns prescribed in the Shilpa Shastra, in the sense that the mandap is at right angles to the Garbhagriha. So it almost seems like a basilica, and it's got soaring interiors, profuse carvings. Another interesting temple, Lakshmi Narayan temple, which is a little distance away from the town center, is planned in the form of rhomboid, and the tower over the Garbhagriha is an octagonal tower. Then there are smaller temples in the northern part of the Jaldurg, and they are smaller temples. We see spires over the Garbhagriha and over the Mandap. And these temples were commemorating the Tapovan. And this is where the royals retired to do penance, to perform yagyas, and they worshipped both Ram and Shiva. So here is the Vanvasi Ram Mandir, the Shiva temples as well. And the iconography on the temples actually shows that these were temples for the ascetics or for the rajas doing penance, being like ascetics, for a period of time. Because on the relief, you see sages in the yogic mudra. And then there are other buildings also based on the mandal pattern.
So actually, it is said that Orcha's most illustrious ruler was Raja Veer Singh Dev, a man of dashing personality. Veer Singh was a great warrior, and he was also well versed in the art of statecraft. He was bold and imaginative administrator and a sense of fair play. Now he has created such a magnificent place, which we really look towards to visit and appreciate the architecture. Now, are there any other buildings in Orcha design on mandala patterns in that area?
Yes, we have Chhatris. Now, Chhatris are very interesting buildings. Chhatris are memorials to the Rajas. And we don't really see, Chhatris before the arrival of Muslims in India. And I think these Chhatris, the Bundela Chhatris, are very much patterned after the Mughal mausoleum, such as Humayun's tomb. As you know, in Hinduism, the body, is cremated on the banks of a river. And so the Bundela rulers were also being cremated on the banks of Betwa. But then they built these magnificent structures. And these were, as I said, memorial structures, because there are no remains, more bodily remains. There is no mausoleum as such. These are simply sites of cremation. But these edifices are built in the form, again, of Panchayana temples, a central tower with four smaller towers, or in this case, domes, and chhatris surrounding the central tower. And the grounds were designed in the shape of the Mughal Charbagh.
Actually, when we see to this cultural landscape of Orcha evolved over the time as a barren wilderness was slowly transformed into picturesque capital of Bundelkhand. The settlement derived its name from the phrase Undochi, meaning low or hidden. The site indeed ball-like, buffed by bluff and forest. The Orcha fort is unique in Bundelkhand. The site selection was suitable for security. The fort was made inaccessible by the water all around it. Now, when we have so good architecture and the heritage and the know-how, the engineering, so I think that is a great responsibility to the new generation to preserve this heritage. So how can this built heritage can be preserved and communicated further?
That's a very good question. How do we preserve this heritage? So Archaeological Survey of India and State Archaeology are preserving certain buildings inside the Jal Durg. But then there are living temples, Ram Raja Temple, for instance, which attract pilgrims from many places, from as far away from Tikamgarh and Jhansi. So pilgrims also use the riverfront Betwa for bathing. They visit the temples. There are tourists who are coming to the island fort to see the palaces, and these are kind of two different separate worlds. So I think what needs to be done is to integrate the mythological world of the pilgrim with the historically oriented world of the tourist. And I think the scope of preservation should go beyond the buildings to the landscape at large. And so here we are proposing a system of trails that will connect all the historic sites as well as the temple sites. So right now, the pilgrims come to Ram Raja temple, they visit a few temples in the northern part of Jaldurg, they go to the Betwa, they do the Panchkroshi. And then how about extending this trail to the Jaldurg and its other monuments, extending it in the form of a bike trail along the walls of the historic medieval town. And in this master plan that we propose, we are saying that Bundelkhand, this part of Bundelkhand, which is kind of a dry region, even though it's on the banks of the river, needs actually to be made productive again. And there is a lot of fallow land between the historic core. So how about along the trail planting trees, doing water harvesting, and then using some of the water for the for residents and for running the number of hotels that are on the site, plus cleaning the moat, consolidating, the banks of the Betwa and making it accessible to tourists, so that anybody who visits Orcha can learn both about history as well as the sacred significance of this beautiful place.
Um, I think maybe the decision maker and archaeologist are listing these comments which are being offered by you. And at the same time, I also feel that there's a lot of education which has to be done in school, telling how to take care of the historical buildings, which is a part of our culture and heritage. So what do you think about this? Shall we introduce a course in the school curriculum regarding this?
Yes, history can be taught with examples. It doesn't have to be, just words. And especially in programs such as design programs, planning programs, tourism programs, I think education should be very much be based upon the enormous heritage we have and learning from examples and then thinking about how to preserve not just the monuments but also cultural landscapes.
Yeah, actually, this time has come that every Indian should feel proud of our rich heritage and culture. And as usual, it was so lovely to talk to you, Professor Amita Sinha. We'll meet again with our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is the CEO Roundtable and let me welcome my friends. Our first guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello everyone.
Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida. And our second guest joins us from UK, my friend and chairman of Mindfit Limited, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a really good discussion this morning.
Likewise, Neville. And our final guest is from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is CEO of Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing all? How things are at your end?
All well,
Yes.
Kanchan. All well, Kanchan. So today's subject is the elevator pitch, and why we have this subject, because many people don't know the importance of an elevator pitch, and even if somebody knows the importance of elevator pitch, they don't know how to make that. So, when I meet somebody in the corridor and I ask them what they do, their elevator pitch goes for 15 to 20 minutes. So that is so funny. So, what do you guys feel about this?
Well, let's go. Let's go. The elevator pitch, 15 to 20 minutes. Sounds like the elevator got stuck somewhere along the line. Because the whole point of an elevator pitch, as we all know, is it needs to be maximum, 30, 40, 50 seconds. It's a short conversation where you get in the elevator at the bottom of the building and you get up off at the top of the building and you've influenced somebody along the way. And that's the whole point. You're pitching to somebody. The origins of it is, believe it or not, comes from Hollywood many years ago when they were pitching scripts, and scripts were in their thousands. So this isn't a new thing. It's not a business thing in many respects. It comes from the movies. So we need to take a bit of a script from that, because the movies need a script. You've got a limited time, so make sure you've got a good script.
I think elevated pitch is very, very essential in terms of emotional and business related conversation. And I think the way you interact with your client or individual, that makes hell of difference, because what is your body language, that also deals very highly when we go into elevated pitch. So I think elevated pitch has to be small, and then you should have few keywords so that you can impress your client, and you should not be afraid of repeating these keywords, and it's small and then impressive.
Excellent, actually, because this is something which is very close to my heart. I'm an ex-banker, and in the banking world, we believe if you don't have a product description, the product doesn't exist. Yet there are cases where certain products are sold for many years and you can't find a description anywhere. So, a proposition, a service, or a product without an elevator pitch is something like that. That okay, you sold it, but at any point in time, if you put on the spot, it might be very difficult to explain it in a brief 20-30 seconds. Many years ago, when I started my first business, I actually used to go up and down, actually in an elevator in one of the buildings. I won't name it because people who have not figured it out could figure it out by now. But I used to have a day pass, and I knew that the decision makers for that particular company would be going up and down in the elevator from the cafe at any point in time. And that was my opportunity to engage them. So to basically just summarize this, it's an opportunity to be brief, be clear, convey your USP, make it very specific to your audience, identify the benefits really quickly, like Kanchan said, with a few keywords, make a very compelling call to action, and extend an invitation for further engagement and speaking more. So this is an opportunity for anyone to basically pitch, either in the elevator or in the corridor, but it's an opportunity to elevate, talk about your product, and get the other party interested in your product or proposition.
So elevator pitch is like a brochure. In fact, many people don't understand, what is the sales or marketing methodologies. So elevator pitch has its position, and it is meant for people to remember you by your keywords. They may not remember your name. They may not remember, what your company name is, but they would remember the keywords in your elevator which you have used. For example, if Farida, let me go back to your example, which is related to banking. So if the elevator pitch says deposit and make money, grow money, people will remember that. But if they say, hey, this is something like a 5-year plan, and it will work like this in a cumulative manner. It will have interest twice a year or once a quarter. People don't remember none of this. They will not remember your product, and they will also not remember your elevator pitch. So this is what I feel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. This is about leaving the person with a memory so that they remember who you are. And you don't have long to do that. We always know that when we meet people in a networking arena, everyone is talking about the elevator pitch. So, but the key thing is you need to be aware of who the other person is. So if you see someone in a networking arena and they're very timid, they're standing to one side, they've just about got their coffee or their tea, and they're looking around in a sort of a very, scared type of way, it's absolutely pointless walking up to them and saying, "Hello, my name's Neville Gordon, this is what we do," because you'll frighten the living daylights out of them. So what you need to be doing is recognizing who the audience is and adjusting your pitch accordingly. And the nice thing about that is you need to practice. And Farida, it did make me laugh because I had a flashback moment to one of the really big management consultancies that used to, as part of their training program, tell their students to do what you did. Go in the elevator, go and experience it. We can tell you how long the elevator takes, but go in and experience it and ask the questions. The first question is, ask the question to yourself, who am I? Try to answer that one, because that is probably the most difficult question to answer. You can say what you do, and you can probably say how you do it. But answering the question, who am I? And if you can answer that very succinctly, emotionally, so that you have an engagement with yourself, more to the point, then you've really cracked the elevator pitch, because that's the question you need to answer every time. Because remember, the person on the other side is assessing who you are by what you're saying. Are you engaging? Are you interesting? Are you challenging me to think? Or are you just throwing stuff at me like a typical salesperson? Whack. This is what we do. This is how we do it. Do you want to buy it? That's not an elevator pitch. That is literally, here's my brochure, I'll talk to you later. That's not an elevator pitch either. So I think we need to work out, and I'm surprised the elevator pitch has lasted as long as it has. I would have thought by now, because we change the labels so often in the business world. It used to be a leader, and then we had a thought leader, and now we have an influencer. So, but the elevator pitch seems to have had a remarkable resilience to have not been changed. I'm wondering who's going to come up with it's a Twitter pitch, or it's a Facebook pitch, or it's a social media pitch, or it's a WeChat pitch. I mean, TikTok has gone now, so we can't do that one really in many respects. But I hope we're getting the message over to people out there. This is a conversation, and that's all where you need to start. So you need to be comfortable in it.
I have something to add to it. I'm just going to pick up from where Chandra was talking about people make their elevator pitch like 15 minutes long. That's the inability to actually define their product really, really quickly. I like to share an example. When you go to the supermarket, always the name of the product and the one or two keywords are in the forefront. Nobody ever puts the list of ingredients in the forefront. If you are interested in the product, you take the product, then you read, okay, sugar, walnuts, emulsifier, blah, 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 blah. But what attracts you is the Hershey's chocolate syrup, because nobody ever puts a list of ingredients on the forefront. And that's exactly the same thing about elevator pitch. I could go on and on about my methodology at what my team does at Career Zoom, but nobody gives a damn. But my quick pitch is that it's a CXO on demand. And that is something that resonates with my audience. They are able to quickly identify whether that's something they're going to use or not. And that's going to determine whether we are going to have further engagement or not. There is no point in me going on for 15 minutes and turning that elevator pitch into a train pitch or a bus pitch, because you don't actually have that much time with someone.
Yeah, I'll take this point from Farida, but I also want to add that knowing the product and service is also very essential, and the power of language. You have to be very good. What sentences you have to use, and how many times you have to really name the product, like how to display the product in a limited time, and that the power of language comes into it plays a great role in that. So for elevated pitch, I guess it is very, very essential to know the product, to know the service, and have a wonderful control on the language and the utility of the time in the elevator.
You're absolutely right. And the other thing is, remember, if you're giving an elevator pitch, the person you're giving it to, you don't know. You may have seen them before, but you don't know them. So I always say the best way to give an elevator pitch is to ask the other person who they are and what they do. Then at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to adjust your conversation. Because like anything else, Farida, you know, if you went into the elevator and you were ready to give someone a pitch and you had a banking product that you thought, I'm going to try this one out, you're in the elevator where there's another banker, but you haven't thought that because you're so keen to get your pitch out there. Now, if that other banker knows everything about your particular product, you're just wasting your time talking to them about your product because they know everything anyway. So the best way here is when you start an elevator pitch is find out who on earth are you talking to? What do they do? Where do they work? What's their favorite color? Ask around the subject, because that means they think you're interested in them. But please don't do this. Don't impersonate someone that's interesting in other people. Be interested. Be curious about what the other person does. And as I say, you never know. I mean, if you'd have met another banker and said, Farida, oh, hi, my name's Farida. What's your name? What do you do? And they say, well, I'm the chief of, export banking or something. You know, immediately gives you an opportunity to work out the type of experience that person has. So then you can ask the next question. Oh, really? I know this person. They work in that area. Do you know them? And all of a sudden, you're not pitching, but you're building a relationship. And that is the forefront of pitching. This is so easy to do when you practice it a lot. But in the first instance, it's a bit like driving a car on day one. When you've never got in the car before, it's going to be clunky, you know, and you might have kangaroo juice, you know, because you've got the clutch or the wrong gear, you know. So there are sort of realities of life that we need to take into this elevator type of arena and just practice it, because the more you practice, the easier it becomes.
Absolutely.
So let me add to what Farida and Neville have said is basically the elevator pitch objectivity. You know, why we need an elevator pitch? That is the question. So the question is, like Neville said, people don't know you. You're meeting them probably for the first time. And the elevator pitch is required so that whoever you have met just now remember you at least for 15 days, or 20 days or 1 month. So the remembrance is what the elevator pitch is all about. So let's go back to the example of banking product. Now, we all know that all the products are very similar, from HSBC to Bank of America to ABN AMRO. I mean, their products are for deposits and loans are all similar because all of them are regulated. So how customer decides whether to buy the product from ABN AMRO or a similar product from HSBC? it is all because of the elevator pitch, because people perceive, hey, this product is better, whereas the other set of people will perceive, hey, ABN AMRO product is better. So it's basically how you speak and how you make an appeal of the same thing. And the same example is also true for telecom companies. Hey, you buy from me, pay me $30 a month, and I will give you XYZ. But the thing is that everybody is offering that XYZ. So the elevator pitch for telecom companies matters. And similarly, elevator pitch for everyone is very, very important.
We often forget actually why people buy from other people. And if you're in this world of consultancy, because that's where the elevator pitch is, you know, or if you're in this world of digital presentations, you know, trying to get your product above everybody else, is that people buy from people. But like anything else, this phrase has been shortened over the years because there's another part of the phrase that's really important, but everyone ignore and forget. People buy from people they know and trust. So the purpose of this pitch is to get people to trust you, to believe in you, to understand who you are. Then they may buy from you if they see consistency in your pitch. If they actually like you, you know, a lot of people are driven by, do I like that person? Even today, lots of consultants actually get work because they're liked by their organization. Not that necessarily they're the best, but they actually feel comfortable with that person or that team. And they know that they're getting some results. They may not be getting the best results, but they're getting some results. And in the consultancy world, we know how difficult it is to displace an incumbent consultant. Because you're up against a known entity and you're an unknown entity. And that's the whole purpose of this pitch. It's to close that gap. So at least people understand who you are, what you do, and why you may be better or different from their current incumbent. So don't underestimate the value of a short conversation with someone in an elevator. And as they say, what goes up must come down.
So I think there is a place for everything. For example, every company has a mission statement, and the elevator pitch has to be driven from the mission statement. So that is step number 2. And the step number 3 is your half pitch elevator. So you have a 15 seconds elevator, and then you have a half page, like a 1 minute elevator. And then in the end, you will have a brochure. So I think the first thing is to get your mission statement right, and then you get your elevator pitch right, and then you get your half page pitch right. So you are actually making sure that your listeners, your clients, your audience are actually progressing one after the other. Now, suppose, as Neville said that, you know, there are consultants and they are sitting in front of a class. You know, what is the impact if the trainer or a consultant speaks that 15 minutes thing in the beginning itself and then come back to 15-second bit after that? It's a total disaster. So that is why if you have been given a 1 hour slot to speak, you first make your mission statement, then you make your elevator pitch, and then you make your half page pitch, and then you talk about what the subject line is. So you are actually making sure that the audience are walking with you and they are at a place where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's very true. I think, I mean, any decent trainer or presenter knows that you win the audience at the beginning because everyone judges people really quickly, and this isn't a 21st century thing, and it's not a millennial or a Gen Y or Z. We have always judged people very quickly, even from a distance. You know, is it friend or foe? Can I trust this person? Is this person worth talking to? Do I like them? Do I like the look at them? You know, oh, they're a lot bigger than me. I'm fearful. You know, we automatically judge people. Therefore, you've got a very narrow window. You might call it an elevator window. You know, you've got a very narrow window to make an impact. And a lot of people make a judgment call on your first impact.
Yeah.
And that is so powerful in their memory. It's actually one of the things that stop those people performing and moving forwards. Because if you don't like the teacher, even if the teacher is going out of their way to make you change your mind, too late. You've already made your mind up. And the majority of people, vast majority of people, over 80% of people, make that judgment call very quickly. So when you walk up to somebody in an elevator, whatever it is, when you're pitching, a big beaming smile actually has a big impact on the person that's watching you. So there are ways to do this really well, and they're not tricks. It's a process that works, and it works every single time. But the interesting thing is you've got to own it. So if you're having a bad day and you have got this big presentation to do, you need to G yourself up, however, to give that presentation. And it has to be your best effort every time. We used to have a phrase in my industry was, you're always on parade. Now, I wasn't in the army or the navy, but we were always on parade. So when I was traveling, wherever I was, apart from in the hotel room with the door shut and no one can get in, that was my time. Every time I shut that door and went down the corridor, that was the business time. That was my employer's time. And I had to be on parade. And if you can do that, you can be really successful at this. And it is so easy to do once you get into the discipline and once you start to practice. And remember, it's the audience you're talking to that's really important. Any presenter knows this. So the key message I think I've got today is, who are you talking to? Find out who they are first, and it changes the way you pitch to them, always.
So one thing I like to say here is, while people create their companies and they don't bother to build their elevator, their mission statements, and their brochures, they think that no, I have a product. The product will sell by itself. So that is the confusion number one. And the confusion does not remain there. Now, if you get into a conference room and somebody says, "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself?" That introduction will also go for 10 minutes. All you have to do is tell your name and what you are and where are you from. So I think the confusion really starts from that point, where people don't know even to, introduce themselves.
So I feel that when we talk about elevated pitch, it's very, very essential to take along the person, individual or a team. Apart with it, you should not be scared of asking some challenging question and be intermingling emotionally along with the business. So that makes a lot of difference once we are talking. Maybe a small talk will make a lot of difference once we are we have a small window, as Naval said. So I think it needs a practice to really do a good elevated pitch.
So I'll just attempt to kind of, summarize what we all actually kind of, put our thoughts on an elevator pitch. The key is that you need to know who you are speaking with. So find out a little bit about the person you're going to pitch to. Doesn't need to be long, but genuinely find out what they do, so you have some time to do your mental adjustment as to how you're going to present. Be brief, be clear, make it very specific to your audience. Again, that's extremely important. Highlight your benefits, identify the problem and what is your solution, and make a compelling call to action. This is an invitation for the other person to further engage with you, and therefore the elevator pitch is the most important 30 to 60 seconds that you're going to have with that person, because it's going to drive your future relationship. So I feel that very briefly, very clearly and concisely convey your product idea or your USP to the other side. That's the definition of an elevator pitch. And like Neville said, everything has changed. The way we look at people, the way we look at leaders, etc. But elevator pitch has stayed. And the idea has come from Hollywood movies. But it has stayed for so long, across so many years, across so many generations. It has had to be very successful, and that's why it stayed. So we all need to polish our elevator pitch and make sure that we are at our best when we deliver it.
In fact, I remember about Hollywood, and recently I was watching a program where this presenter called Conan O'Brien, and somebody asked him, "Hey, do you have a card?" And he showed his card, and believe it or not, his card has only his eyes. So his card is only this portion. It's a fantastic elevator pitch.
I've had some fantastic business cards handed to me over time, and many taking that as taking a leaf out of that one's book. I've had business cards where the corner's been chopped off, deliberately chopped off, but it looks like it's like a frayed edge, so someone couldn't be bothered with the card, but it's only that edge that they pass you it to make that important message. I don't care about business cards. Here's mine. It's got a frayed edge. I mean, who cares? And then when you take the card, they don't present it like this. If you know different people, some people present it. The Japanese typically present the card like this, so it's two-handed. But this person actually presented it with a worn-off corner. Immediately, my mind said, I'll share this with you because this is the point about the immediate impact it has on the other person. Immediately, I thought, walk away, Neville. Just run. This guy is not really interested at all. He passed me the card, and I looked at the card, and it was embossed. It was thick. This frayed edge was done for effect, and all it had was his name and what they did. Not what they did as a company, but what they did for me. And it just said, your success is our aim. That's all it said. His name, your success is our aim, and a frayed edge. And that made a massive impact on me. And this was about, I would say about 15 odd years ago. And I still am friends with this person, despite the fact we've never done business together, but I'm still a friend. And we still we still talk on a regular basis. So this is about impact. As everyone's been saying here, it's an elevator pitch because you don't have very long. It's a memory you want to leave that other person with, just in case they may not need your services, but they've got a big network and they may know someone that might need what you've got. Or equally, you might need what they've got. That's what great networkers do. They put people in touch with others, not for any reward. They're not looking at 10%, They just put other people in touch with other people. And that's how the network grows. So the importance of the elevator pitch is absolutely critical today, especially in this digital world. And when we've got video like this, you can actually see the person, how real they are, how successful they want you to be with their pitch, not I'm selling this, it's done this, it's done this. We can just switch off. So the world now is a lot smaller because of the digitization of what's going on. But that means it's now down to you being more critical about what these people out there have got to offer. So my suggestion, and I'm sure everyone else's, get your elevator pitch right. But remember, think of who you're talking to, because that's the most critical part of the elevator pitch.
So I think we had a great conversation today, and I'd like to thank all the panelists, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville, for their valuable inputs. And I think we are going back with a lot of learning today. I think the biggest takeaway from this discussion is that you need to have already defined your elevator based on your product offerings or services. And if you don't have an elevator defined or ability to create an elevator pitch, take help from the market, take help from the people who have experience of doing that. And as Neville said during the discussion, that the elevator pitch may differ from audience to audience. So make sure that you have elevator pitch designed or defined either by yourself or by taking some help from the market using a smart consultant. So thank you very much, all friends, and we will catch up again in the next CEO roundtable. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Well, welcome.
Good morning, CK. Very sunny morning again.
Of course, we are almost touching 40 degrees today. It's quite hot and humid. Not so humid, it's dry. Humidity level is, because it's too hot, it's about 10%. It's dry and hot.
Lovely. I love that weather. I'll come and experience it. Blow a little my way, will you? Just blow a little. Let me feel it.
You know, this kind of hot blow can give you heat stroke.
True. Oh, I've got a heat stroke. If only the digital world could do that, so we could experience a little bit more. Eh? I'll have to have a temperature gauge in front of me. But in all seriousness, you know, we're moving further into lockdown, and you've got some news, I think, that your Prime Minister gave earlier today.
Yeah, so I'll before I share the news, which the entire India got today morning at 10 a.m., I will like to tell you that I think this is a perfect time for India to test whether the coronavirus can survive in this heat. Because so far, mankind has been waiting for summers, and the Indian summers are here. So we will know exactly next couple of weeks whether the corona survives or not. And then we can tell the world that our assumptions were right or wrong about corona.
Very good.
So I think the news that I would like to share with you is that today is the 21st day of the lockdown, 3 weeks lockdown, which India announced about 3 weeks back. Today, Prime Minister came on TV, addressed the nation, and he said that we have done pretty well as compared to other nations because we were in lockdown, even though we could have done better by following certain stricter norms. So far the Indian cases that we have recorded are 10,000. And the fear is that we have not reached the community spread so far. So Prime Minister and the government of India specifically want this to stop. And they have said that next 3 weeks or roughly about 19 days will be in a much stricter lockdown. It will be total lockdown where you're not allowed to even step out of your homes. And
tomorrow there will be complete policy guidelines that will be issued. Today is the last day, so I think tomorrow will be the first day of this stricter lockdown. And my assumption is that I think most of us will have to go through a pool test kind of a scenario where the pool test will be conducted, and if they find corona, then the entire area will get into confinement zone. So I think the government wants to eradicate corona, and it's a very massive fight they have taken, where they want to eradicate street bites. It's almost like a street. They're winning or basically fighting corona street at a time. So that is the plan for next 3 weeks.
Wow, that really is locking down the lockdown. Really, it's going to make life a little more unbearable for some people, especially actually if you haven't got yourself into a routine yet. I mean, I'm hearing around the world, people are not getting into a routine. They're not physically going to work, so that means they're not mentally going to work. And it's difficult. It's not easy, cooped up in, maybe 1 or 2 bedroom flat. You haven't got many places to move around that flat. You look out and there's no activity, but you do hear the birds singing. You don't see aircraft. You can open your windows and actually breathe in some really good fresh air. So even though, things have drastically changed for everybody, we can take the best advantage now of moving forward. And you've got whatever difficulty you've had for the last 3 weeks, you've got another 3 weeks of it, and it's going to be tighter. So let's get ourselves into a real routine. Let's start with, you and I have a regular discussion first thing in the morning. Within an hour of me getting up, I wake up before my alarm goes off, because my body clock seems to have done that. So I'm lying there and I'm snoozing away, and I'm waiting for the alarm to go off. I put it on snooze so my wife can wake up afterwards. So it's snoozing away. That's a routine we've had for years. We're not going to stop that. And then I get up, I get dressed, I get washed, have a dress, get dressed, have at least 1 cup of coffee. As you well know, CK, this is my motivation on the morning. And I have a light breakfast, and then you and I are online because, India's 5.5 hours earlier than the UK. So this is my early morning, if you like, probably before a lot of people are even up. That's my routine. And I'm sure you've got a routine, CK. Pretty similar, I would imagine. Not exactly the same, but you've got a routine first thing in the morning?
Oh yeah, Neville, I also have a routine just like you. I know that I have to finish all my work before I get on to this session, which is starting at 12 o'clock at my time, because it's almost like noon for me. So before that, I need to finish my routine, my work, which involves right now, because we are working from home, so a bit of helping kids logging on to their systems so that they can join their schools, and also working with my office colleagues to see what is pending, stuff like that. So first thing I do is answer my emails in the morning after my cup of tea. So I take a morning tea, black tea. Unlike you take coffee, I take tea. and and I then answer my emails. And if I don't do that, my work will get piled up. So I first finish along with my tea, my emails, and I also check the news. And then I start my work at 9 o'clock, talk to a few people and all that. So it's a fairly set routine throughout the day. And so far what I've seen is that I'm working till 8:30 in the night. So I switch off my systems at around 8:30 or 9 o'clock and have a light dinner and then go retire to bed. That has been a routine.
And that's presumably, because as you and I work in this virtual world quite a lot of the time, it probably hasn't changed apart from you're now doing it from home.
The work has increased now because there is no more time, so you can squeeze in more work. Unlike previously, you had to plan for your little trip from home to office, and a little trip in the evening back home. So, and then little trip to, to the washrooms and all that. So all those things are now reduced quite a bit. So I think there is additional 3 to 4 hours of time now, good quality time which I can devote in my work.
And of course, with your children being at home as well, you're sharing those duties. Those are not normally what you would have while you're at work. So, and I know for a fact that you cycle to the office. So you're losing, although you're gaining that time more productively, you're actually losing that time because you're not exercising. I know that was your form of exercise. So how have you managed to fit in, quite a strenuous exercise, really, good 20-30 minutes cycle into the office?
Yes, fortunately, I have a gym at home. I built my gym and I have a cycle in the gym. So I paddle for 10 minutes.
So despite the fact your routine has now radically changed because you're not going to the office, you've maneuvered your routine so that it hasn't really changed a great deal.
It has not. But one thing I like to share with you, I think it is, we men can share about this. I think it's a revelation for most men that they can also cook.
I love cooking. It's an opportunity to, throw a few things into a pan and, come up with a new recipe.
Right. That is the additional part of, if you may say so, it's routine. So a bit of cooking. It's like a de-stressing way of, during lockdown, you can cook a little bit, de-stress yourself, cycle a little bit, lift weight a little bit in between. So I think one thing I realized is that earlier I had to finish my gym early on and then get on with my day. Now I'm actually doing it. I work for 1 or 2 hours, then I go work out for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So that's the way I'm ensuring that, I don't get stressed about my work during the day.
That's really good because, this can be a really stressful time, where in essence we're all locked into these 4 corners. For some people, it's quite a big 4 corners if you've got a huge property. For others, it's a small 4 corners. So it's good to, break it up a little bit. As you say, the stress, you've probably evened out your stress levels so that whenever you and I talk, you're never under stress.
Oh yeah.
So and going through the day, I'm sure we all peak at certain points. Some people go up and never come down. They live an incredibly stressful life, but now's the opportunity to get into a little bit of routine and saying, okay, I'm recognizing when that stress is hitting. You know what? I'll go on the treadmill. I'll go on the bike. I'll go and help the children with their, TV watching or something, because again, they've got downtime too, and it can be incredibly difficult. But the point is, you're going to have to break through that barrier. To make the next 3 weeks, because let's face it, we're only halfway through here in India. My guess is we're only halfway through in the UK too, although they haven't really said as much yet. But equally, when we are unlocked, it's not going to go back to everything as usual, the way we were 3 weeks ago. There may be other restrictions on movement. We call this social distancing here. As you well know, I prefer to call it physical distancing because you and I are socially connecting, so we're not really distancing here. But routine is absolutely fundamental. So get that workspace. You CK and I have our own studies. It may be that you haven't got that luxury of a very dedicated area where you can go and work When you finished, you shut the door behind you. You could be working on the kitchen table. You could be working on the dining room table, and all of your family is doing the same thing. So you could have your parents there, you could have your children there, you could have your brothers and sisters living with you. As we know, people have got very cosmopolitan lifestyle and a family lifestyle. So this is now about negotiating your way around your day and their day. There could be broadband, bandwidth issues, certain peaks. I know in certain places around the world, there are blackouts. The electricity systems cannot cope with normal time. So you have to maneuver your way around those as well. Certainly, when I was in India many years ago, that was a feature. There were in some of the cities there were blackout hours, and if the generator didn't kick in, then you got the candles out. The same in the UK. We had a winter of discontent. We had blackouts. We got the candles out, so we knew where the candles were. So this is about, again, that's a routine. There's nothing worse than fumbling in the dark to say, where did I put those candles? You know exactly where you put the candles and exactly where you put the lighter. So this is really an opportunity now to get that routine in place. I can't stress it more, really. It is absolutely paramount that you get up at the right time, get yourself ready for work, start your work, take the breaks, drink water, fluids. You like tea in the morning? I like coffee. I like tea in the afternoon, actually. I don't know why. That's probably just historical. So that's a routine I got into. I tend not to have coffee after about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Does it do me any good? Does it not do me any good? I don't know, because I've not actually tried coffee later on in the day. Maybe now's the time to do it. Change the routine, experiment. Go ahead.
So basically, as you know, Neville, I've lived in 4 or 5 countries before I moved back to India. And so I got introduced to real filter coffee when I was in Africa. And so I have my coffee around 11 o'clock, and that keeps me awake for next 8 hours. So, you see me so awake right now because I had a cup of coffee or shot of espresso just an hour back, and I'm going to be awake till 8 o'clock. And it'll charge my batteries, and the batteries start to juice out only in the evening. And so that's my secret. So I have tea in the morning because I don't want to wake up so abruptly. Because if you have coffee in the morning, you will just, wake up in the morning. I just want to ease it down a little bit. And, but, you mentioned about routine. I think it's very important. Initially, when we went into lockdown 3 weeks back, the kids were having a gala time. They said, oh, freedom. They were singing songs. They were watching TV nonstop. And although it was supposed to be their school time, and the schools were shut off, so they felt as if it's a freedom for them. They don't have to get up early in the morning, leave home at 7:30, and be in the school and all that. But I think after a week, they also started getting little panicky, or they wanted more activities. So what we did, we actually forced children to make their own timetable. Because if we give a timetable, it will look like it is being forced to them.
Absolutely.
So we encourage them to write your timetable, but the parents have to vet it. You cannot write 3 hours of cartoon time. So we actually force our kids to write their timetable, and then we basically reviewed it and vetted. Okay, signed it. This is what you guys need to follow. So, we are actually, when they deviate from their timetable, we point towards that, hey, you guys only wrote it, so you better follow it. So I think that's another exercise that we have to do, where how do you do kid management or children management? It's something that we have done. Maybe others can follow the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, the interesting thing is, you know, you're working with all of your team members, and they're following their own schedule as well. You know, so when you take your breaks, that doesn't mean they're going to take their breaks. So they're following their own routine, and it's really important that's negotiated between you and them. So if you're running a team, you know, understand what their timetable is. Again, don't enforce it. You know, what we're hearing around the world is that there's a lot of enforcement going on, and as you start to enforce, people are saying, well, the productivity is going down. Duh. You know,
Right.
what does that say? Well, actually, enforcement really doesn't work. So don't constantly be on their back. Work to outcomes. Let them work their way how they're going to get those outcomes. If you say, we need to finish this project together, when realistically can we finish? And if everyone agrees, well, we can finish that by Friday at 4 o'clock, great. Let everyone then work out how they're going to do their bit, when their bit is going to be part of it. Because like anything else, this team we're working with, you tend to pass the process on to somebody else. So you do your bit, then someone else does their bit. They may then give it back to you and you do a bit more. So you're constantly working with this routine, this project time, all the way through your working career. Now's the time to really lock into that and manage it on the project base, not by the hour. You know, because by the hour really is not going to be, that's an enforcer. You know, that's like, you know, the truncheon on the back of the head all the time. You know, have you done this? When is it going to be finished by? Give people the latitude. And you never know, actually, because they're so focused on what they're doing, they will achieve a better result in the time frame that they've agreed to do. And remember, it's them agreeing to this. That's how you get engagement. Don't get engagement by poking people in the eye. You know, that's 70s management style.
Right.
You know, the whiplash. But yeah, it's great. I mean, you know, everyone listening, you know, work with your kids, get them to do the timetable. That's what we call engagement. We're not going through the alphabet today, if everyone's noticed. We're chopping around the alphabet, but the key message today is to get a little discipline around what you're doing, get yourself into a routine, have a timetable, call it what you like, but make sure you're not looking at it in isolation. You're now looking at it with your family members, your team members, your customers and your clients. Because again, remember, business will return to a little bit of normality for them. You know, as you and I know, TK, there's not much difference in our world, apart from we don't have to struggle in the car, in traffic jams, to meetings that don't start on time, pretty bad cups of tea, not very good cups of coffee. You know, I can have the cup of coffee I want, when I want it, you know, in the comfort of my own home. So I love this. I'm loving this opportunity. It's getting people to think, and a lot of people are becoming far more productive because they've got a routine.
In fact,
And indeed, you go ahead.
in fact, you mentioned about managing the team. So it's a very long subject, but I think both of us have a methodology which we can share to the world. It's difficult to share it in a small video clip like this, but if somebody is struggling and wants to know how people, you know, they can, some entrepreneur can manage their teams in during lockdown or even beyond. So Neville and myself can help you there. So please reach out to us. We will tell you ways of how to handle, because we have done it and we are already managing our teams.
by using different methodologies. So we can share those methodologies with you. So I expect people to reach out to us.
Yeah, please do. I mean, we're more than happy to share, what we know. I mean, we may not have seen your specific issue, because until you explain what your problem is, we're not going to give you a solution. As far as we're concerned, it's a blank prescription. We're not acting like doctors. No coach will act like a doctor. A mentor will have a lot of experience in your field and perhaps can get you to the answer a lot quicker. Coaches will get you to the answer a lot quicker, but as in these times under lockdown, a coach's role is to unlock you. And until we understand what your problem is, we can't actually suggest what you might do to unlock yourself. So it's really important that you do reach out in these times, and we're always available. We'd like you to come on here, and if you're feeling confident to come on a screen like this and say what your problems are, we'll happily have a discussion, a team discussion, and solve those problems. But more importantly, you've got to go do the work. This is your business. This is your opportunity. We're not. There's no rocket science here. This is about, you've got a blockage. It's a little bit like the kitchen sink is blocked. So what do? Call a plumber. Alternatively, I would go and get a plunger and see if I could plunge out the sink. I'd fill the sink up and see if I could plunge the sink out using additional pressure. There are lots of things you can buy off the shelf in the supermarket that say this unblocks your sink. Well, I'd probably try that too. But ultimately, I might have to call the plumber. So the question is, what stage are you? What have you tried? What have you done? If you've done nothing, trust me, you need to go and think about doing something. And if it is unblocking a sink, it's a really good phrase. It's a 21st century phrase. And I have to mention it really quietly because it's a secret. Google it. Go onto YouTube, Google it. It's crazy, isn't it? The answers are out there, but we are locked, and we're almost blind to seeing the answer, and it's in front of our face. All we've got to do is ask. Leadership of the 1970s and 80s would say never ask, because it's showing a failing. It's showing your fragility. Only go and ask other leaders. But what if those other leaders haven't got the answer? And your team have, because they're so naive, that they're saying, well, isn't it obvious? I'm sure everyone's read in their childhood The Emperor's New Clothes.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a I can't think of his name now, but he's a famous American dancer and singer, and there was a song written, and it goes, the king is in the all together, the all together, the all together. In other words, the king's naked. The Emperor's New Clothes were so finely woven from really expensive silk that actually they weren't real. And it took a child to say the king's naked. Remember that one?
Oh yeah. It's
coming back.
Song.
You may have called it Hans Christian Andersen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and these are just children's fables, So in other words,
interesting thing is that when you see the illustration of the story, you'll see that king is wearing these cufflinks, and only this part, and rest of the body is not wearing anything.
Rest, there's nothing there. You know, it's a very famous story, you know. But the point is, it took a child, you know, through a child's eyes. So this is a great opportunity now, you know, to solve the issues that you've currently got. Unlock yourself, unlock during lockdown. So yeah, come online, come and have a chat, you know, reach out to us, because we're here to help. That's the whole point. And once we help you, you can help your team. And, you know, that's how we get this ripple effect. Because believe you me, with the downturn in the economies, we're going to need a big ripple to come back. And it's only going to be those companies, those leaders, those managers, those entrepreneurs like you, to really take advantage and push forward once the unlock starts to happen. So yeah, please, you know, come online, come and talk to us. We can't say more than that, really, can we?
Yes, Neville, thank you so much. And I think we will be back again tomorrow. Neville will be back, and we will discuss letter P. And so I think today we need to get in routine, get in shape, prepare ourselves for next 3 weeks of strict lockdown.
Fantastic. Always a pleasure to speak with you, CK. Have a great day, and enjoy planning, because you need to get your provisions in.
Of course. So be safe and see you tomorrow.
Take care.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very special guest on the spotlight. Her name is Melissa Sassy, and she is representing IBM. She joins us from SFO. Welcome to Top Brass, Melissa.
Thank you for having me.
It is a great pleasure as well as honor to have a person like you, and your designation is called Chief Penguin. I think it's a big mystery. I think you need to unravel this mystery for us.
Yeah, everyone always asks me, where the heck did this come from, and how did you get IBM to agree to allow you to use this this job title? I'm actually an ex-Microsoftie, and you know, I suppose once a Microsoftie, always a Microsoftie. Sorry, Arvind, we can arm wrestle about that later. When I was working at Microsoft, I worked with two individuals. One of them called herself the Chief Ninja Cat, and the other one has this Twitter handle that's called Thready the T-Rex. And I was working in a team that was called initially the Affordable Access Initiative, or Microsoft Airband, which was all about impact investment and driving connectivity, both internet connectivity and access to energy, and then bringing digital skills to people without. And I saw these two people with these fun animal job titles, but you know, I didn't feel, based on my team, that I could give myself this funky job title, because I worked with a bunch of attorneys and they were more kind of straight-laced in nature and probably not so open to me creating this animal job title. But I really wanted one, and I know that sounds a bit hokey and silly. I left Microsoft at the end of 2018 to join IBM, and one of my focus areas, we'll talk a little bit more later about all of the different things that I do and the different hats that I wear, both within IBM and beyond. But I left to create a new startup program. And as I was as I was working on recruiting for new startups, I took a trip to Pakistan. And I was in Pakistan with a woman by the name of Gian Atta. And Gian Atta runs an incubator and accelerator in Karachi. And Jihan goes, and it's called the Nest IO. And she gave herself a title, like this is her formal title, the big bird of the nest, right? And so I got there and I thought, man, somebody else has this animal job title and I got nothing. And so I started thinking about, what my animal job title can be, and I started thinking about a lot of the work that IBM does with, one of the companies that we bought, recently or not too long ago, Red Hat. And for those of us who work in technology, we know that Red Hat is all about open source, and one of the things that the Linux Foundation or the open source community uses as a mascot, if you will. And I know IBM does some of this as well, with our Linux One machines, is use a penguin. And so I thought, oh, that's my animal. And so I started thinking about how I could combine my animal with a job title. And so I came up with Chief Penguin and I started using it, and I started putting penguins on my presentations, the ones that are internal presentations as well as external. And it kind of caught on. And I think what really kind of culminated in it being so was I was participating in a hackathon that I created with UNESCO and SAP. And UN News picked up what we were working on. And this is a publication that is viewed online by diplomats, by ministers, and a variety of people, that work within UN and or development circles. And they wrote about, and it was on the homepage of UN News, and they wrote about Code the Curve, the hackathon that I created with, again, IBM, UNESCO, and SAP. And they called me in the letter IBMZ's Chief Penguin. And so I realized that, hey, if the UN is calling me the chief penguin, then I'm totally the chief penguin. So when we kicked off the application process for my startup accelerator, our GM, Ross Morai, and he has one person in between him and our CEO, so a very senior individual within the grand scheme of the IBM world, as well as within the broader tech community. He introduced me as his chief penguin. So I thought, you know what, if the UN and Ross say I'm the chief penguin, then there we go. So I changed it in our company directory. So if any IBMer looks in our company directory, they find my job title, Chief Penguin. So there it is.
The very interesting story. So, ladies and gentlemen, Melissa Sassy, Chief Penguin of IBM Hyper Protect Accelerator. And she works with a lot of, she works on very detailed program, lot of very high level initiative. So Melissa, you work with various digital business transformational initiatives across the world, and you work with a lot of entrepreneurs. What is your one or two top expectations from the budding entrepreneurs or the SME owners?
Yeah, I think if I put on my IBM hat, and I'll put on another hat in a second, because I think there are a couple things I could talk about. So my Chief Penguin hat is on, my IBM hat is on right now. And one of the things that I think is really important is to really think about, how are you going to, build and scale your business through business mentorship and putting together the right advisory board. So when I think about the work that I do at IBM, we provide business mentorship to 15 startups, because again, I just came to IBM and launched this brand new program last year, 15 startups from 8 countries in the program, and I'm adding another 30 on September 5th at IBM Z Day, which anyone that's interested in taking part, there are wonderful skill building opportunities and opportunities to learn, but I will be announcing my cohorts for this year, which will be 30 new startups. So by the end of this year, I'll have 45 startups under my team's management. But I think that first piece is business enablement. How can I enable them to transform industries? I think that's one piece of it. Second piece of it is how can they use technology to transform their business? And because I focus on fintech, caltech, and insurtech, these are highly regulated industries. These are industries where companies are either collecting, transmitting, and or storing high levels of personally identifiable information. So that's medical records at the individual level, bank records or financial records at the individual level, insurance records, again, at the individual level. So the kinds of things, Chandra, that you would want as a person to be protected to the highest level. So in the US, that would be a social security number, or, again, your bank records. And I am very adamant that we need to be managing data protection, privacy, and security through technology, not through policy. And so through that, I focus on providing a number of different products and technical enablement through my team that helps startups gain access to enterprise grade tools. If I look at many of the cloud solutions on the market, your cloud vendor has the ability to gain has your keys. That if there's a nefarious character from the outside that interacts with this individual, let's say, and that individual accidentally does something that enables others to gain access to your information, not good, right? We see all the time about large companies, even those that we believe are the most secure, getting hacked. And so for me, with data being the new gold, what is it that IBM can do? What is it that I can do, to make sure that data is protected and safe? So I think that companies need to be doing more. And again, it shouldn't just be about a written policy to say, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. There should be technology that prohibits people from gaining access to such sensitive data.
So I think it's very clear what is your expectation from the entrepreneurs, and you spelled out very clearly without mentioning the words that these are the A, B, C that is required, and your expectation.
One more though, I got one more for you. So that's when I wear my IBM hat. And I wear a lot of hats. One of the things that is very important to me as as an individual, whether that's personally or professionally, that's being both an entrepreneur, so someone who's innovating inside of somebody else's company. So IBM, for example, which I guess is kind of my company as well because I work there, so I feel like it's mine, and an entrepreneur. So that would be me as a CEO and founder. I have two endeavors. One of them is a nonprofit called Mentor Nations, where we taught tens of thousands of young people to code. I also have an ed tech platform that I'm building that's called the XTP Hustle. It's all about empowering young people with digital skills, entrepreneurship, and professional development skills. It's not out yet. We're building it now. But when you ask me about what do entrepreneurs need, I'm going to put on my Mentor Nations hat for a second. And one of the things that I do when I wear that hat is focus on youth entrepreneurship. And, I think that diversity and inclusion in the VC community, in the broader tech community, in the startup, ecosystem, diversity and inclusion is often lacking. So if you look last year, 2% in the U.S., if I'm not mistaken, I think this is a U.S. number, of venture capital funds went to female founders. If you think about 50% of the world is women, what are we doing to empower female founders to gain access to capital, to be entrepreneurs, and to be able to prosper? I'm a big fan of design thinking. I'm a big fan of user-centered design. And so you need females in leadership positions in the C-suite to be able to really talk to your customer. It's not just about women. It's also about the Black community, the Latinx community. It's also about youth. And so I'm a big proponent of youth entrepreneurship. Those numbers are dismal when it comes to gaining access to capital. Through my nonprofit, I have a co-working space in Tunisia. We have a robotics lab, we have an IoT lab, and we focus on how to empower youth with identifying problems, solving problems through technology, creating business plans, creating business models, launching their apps or their solutions, into the market, whether that's in the Google Play Store or, whatever. But not just building technology for the sake of technology, but using technology to solve problems and empowering people to make meaningful use of the internet so that they're creating outcomes, whether that's educational outcomes, healthcare outcomes, economic outcomes, gaining access to e-government services, whatever. So those are, and not that that's not important to IBM, because it's important to IBM, but I have a little bit of a different target market when I'm wearing my IBM hat. But I will say, last year, I had really dismal percentages when I looked at the applications to my startup program. I changed the way I worked. I asked a lot of questions. I evaluated how I said things, how I operated, what my budget was when it came to diversity and inclusion. And I'm excited to say that of our applicant pool this year, we went from last year being 1% to 3% diverse to 50% diverse this year. So a massive increase. I'm super excited about it. So diversity and inclusion is something that's important to me, regardless of what hat I'm wearing.
Very nice to hear this because I think the women empowerment is a big issue globally. I think what you're doing is really remarkable.
Thank you.
And I will come to what we are doing in the end. I will just give you an update. But for now,
Awesome.
we have been hearing about especially, I think you need to wear your IBM hat now because the next question is related to IBM.
All right, I got it. It's on.
So this is something that we have been hearing about tech for good initiatives or tech inclusion initiatives. So I think our viewers would like to know more about this.
Yeah, I think that nowadays, if you ask young people, or it's not just about young people. Think about yourself. What are your passions, and what are things that enable you to help make the world a better place? And I'm not saying that everybody has this altruistic idea of, all right, I want this job where I'm going to go out and create social good and make the world a better place. But I cannot tell you how many people come to me, and these are very senior people, as well as interns and first year employees, interns, graduates, all over the place, who tell me they want to incorporate social good into their jobs. And I think it's also this big differentiator that companies have where they have, in my mind, a bit of a moral obligation to stand up and step in and solve the world's wickedest problems. We know that we have, 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. So you can find that at globalgoals.org to learn more about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And they're all about solving the world's wickedest problems. If you look at those wicked problems, climate change, gender inclusion, quality education, economic opportunities, or reducing inequalities, if you will. All of these really are about identifying problems, creating solutions, and in many cases, technology will help to further those, those goals and help to solve those goals. So I think it is partly one thing where all of us are looking for some way of incorporating our passions into our jobs, especially, a lot of the people who I work with in tech, and thinking about how can they use technology to solve wicked problems. I would say at IBM, for example, we have a large initiative that's called Call for Code, and Call for Code is all about solving the world's wicked challenges and using technology and data science to do that. Actually, I'm a judge for it, which I'm really excited about. I actually today will be reviewing applications and submissions where people submit their idea, their solution, their team, their business model, and their code in GitHub. And our team of experts review those, and the winner gets $200,000 and the opportunity to bring those ideas to life by working with IBM and its partners. We've had some really amazing winners throughout the years. It's a 5 or 6 year program. We invested about $26 million into this program. So this is one example of what IBM is doing. It's happening across tech. It's happening in, companies like BlackRock that are, the largest asset manager in the world, that's saying, you need to focus on diversity and inclusion. You need to focus on social good. You need to focus on climate change, because business plays a big role in tech for good, helping to make the world a better place. And I think that it also serves as a really interesting opportunity for employee engagement. The more excited an employee is to wake up in the morning and come to work and solve problems, the more engaged that employee is. So I know in my job, I have 20% of my time, give or take, depends on the week, that I carve out for social good and tech for good initiatives. It could be, attending a talk like this and talking about, initiatives and how people can get involved. It could be me going out and training young women in rural Pakistan or rural Bangladesh or rural Kenya about technology, about learning how to code, about careers in data science, and things that can help to further their prosperity, in the world. It could also be looking at the solutions that my startup program is creating to innovate in healthcare, providing people with more access to healthcare, more access to quality information, or enabling them to make solid decisions in their life choices. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. In fact, the name itself, Tech for Good, is really, really very powerful. And I think you work globally with many countries, with a lot of people, a lot of established players and also new players. I think you would agree when I say that the personality and attitude are two key ingredients for anyone to win your $200,000 prize. Because, right? So if you don't have an attitude to win, no matter what, you may be a very smart person, you can write a good code, but if you don't have an attitude, the right attitude, you may not get $200,000 prize.
I think that's a really good point, because I think just, the attitude of saying, I want to go after this, I want to try. And, last year we had about 180,000 developers, give or take, participate in the challenge. And to submit an idea that goes up against 180,000 developers, it takes a lot of oomph in you to say, you know what, I think I can do it and I'm going to go after this. But I think the other piece of it too is not being frustrated if you don't win, the grand prize, but feeling like even if I don't win that grand prize, I'm still creating a solution. I was on a talk yesterday with a bunch of students, and it was the same topic, tech for good, and one of the things that we were talking about was, I'm afraid that I'm not a developer. How can I participate in a hackathon? And what if I don't win? And I said, it doesn't matter whether you win or not. The idea is to create a solution and to build your skills. It's not about winning or taking home a t-shirt or having free pizza. It is about identifying a problem, working as a team, learning new skills, and, creating something new that didn't exist before, innovating. I'm a big fan of also stretching yourself. I'm not a developer, funny enough, but I have, hundreds of developers working in my nonprofit, and I've empowered tens of thousands of young people with computer science and data science. I'm not a data scientist either, but I know enough to, know when I need to pull someone else in to roll up their sleeves and run a coding camp. And for a while, I felt like an imposter. Working in technology because I'm not an architect. I'm not an engineer. I've written one line of code in my life, and that's hello world. For those of us who are technologists, you're probably snickering. And I wrote that at a developer conference, actually at Microsoft Build, because I convinced the senior vice president or the corporate vice president responsible for this developer conference to send me. And I promised that I would write my first line of code, and I did. Now, that's the only line of code I've ever written, full disclosure. I can do a mean hour of code through code.org, but you have to have this attitude of realizing that you're not an imposter, you belong, and that you have to understand, kind of who your squad is. There's no I in team. How do you bring the right team together so that when you think about this concept of, attitude, you think about this concept of infectious love for yourself and, positivity, that you also recognize where your strengths and weaknesses are, and when you need to bring in someone else who might know more about that topic than you do, but also owning when you do know something and owning when you don't. I'm a big fan of crafting your personal brand and figuring out what do you want to be known for, and how do you make sure that, when you're not in the room, people are talking about you in a way that you want to be talked about. whether that's Call for Code or any other initiative, you have to put some of your feelings that lie deep inside of you aside and realize that you're good at some things, you're not at others. You need to take some amount of calculated risk. I find that I'm a big risk taker. I take calculated risks though, and I'm an innovator and I come up with new and creative ideas. But what I'm not good at sometimes is landing things and making sure they get implemented. I can come up with big, wild, crazy ideas. And so what I do is I often will say, hey, in my IBM world, I will say to my colleague Sudarshana, can you help to manage me? You're a project manager, you have your PMP, you're good at completing tasks and making sure that people stay on task. Can we have a weekly call? Let's review my spreadsheet. Like I don't need to, for her to complete my spreadsheet for me, but for whatever it is that exists within my personality, it helps me to have her be on a call with me to say, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? And I think that's the importance of, again, recognizing what are you good at? What are you not good at? How do you identify people who are, good at what you're not good at? Having little experiments to see what works for you and your personality, and taking those big risks to, prosper in your personal or professional life.
This is very good. In fact, I just want to share that as an organization, we have started a award for people who can come out. See, basically what you mentioned is about the attitude and personality. And India being a very large country with more than 1.3 billion people, there are a lot of smart people.
And some amazing biryani at that.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I think I don't know. I think when I talk to my colleagues from India, I'm like, I don't know, man. I've been to Karachi and Lahore, and the Pakistani Karachi is pretty good. I might be creating a war in between India and Pakistan right now.
Right now, tensions are very high. So
I'm just kidding. I wanted to put you on your toes.
Of course. So we have started a program for youngsters who can come out and speak. So it's basically a speaking competition, and
so is it about public speaking then? So learning public speaking, or just being able to speak up?
It's public speaking because they have to make the video. So it's not only public speaking; it's about your technical knowledge. Can you handle the some interruptions smartly? Can you interview somebody? How is your tech knowledge? Can you make your background lights?
Oh, that's super.
So it's a combination of everything. And so this is, but I will update you about this program after the.
I can't wait. I can't wait to hear more. I think that, if I look at many of the skill building activities that IBM is doing, specifically in India, and obviously IBM is not the only tech company, investing in India. I've seen a lot of really amazing investments, even in the last few months, I think there are many opportunities. So I love that you're focusing on India and public speaking, tech skills. I hope that as you're going about this, one of the things you're thinking about is that concept of, inclusivity. When I look at, the workforce in India specifically, and the amount of women in the workforce, what more can we do to make sure that, women have the skills as well. So I hope that as you're going about your competition, you're really putting some extra effort into diversity and inclusion, and thinking about how do you make sure that you're speaking to and with that female audience too.
Actually, we are a young company, but we made sure that we are 50-50. Our ratios.
Oh, that's great. That's where you start, like looking at your team and how do you make sure that your team is both diverse and inclusive. If your team is not diverse and inclusive, it's very hard to think like your audience. You don't, as much as I'd like to say that I can think like a man, and there are probably many times when people, think that I might have stereotypical, male characteristics, but at the end of the day, I'm not. Just like, I need young people on my team to help guide me when I'm interacting with young people, even though sometimes I feel like a teenager.
So, very surprising fact I would like to share with you. The, nominations have started in the contest, and a lot of people are applying. But I'm very surprised to see the almost like 70 to 80% are women.
Is that right? That's wonderful. So it sounds like, whatever you're doing, you're doing it right. And India is such a big population. There's just so many people that you could, empower and inspire.
Yeah, so the whole idea behind the award is they get creative, they think about their idea, they get the presentation skills, they improve their language, they improve their surrounding. So it's an overall speaking competition, but it's completely done using a video. So
Is it happening in English, or are you using any of the local dialects?
Well, I have allowed one more language, which is the national language of India, but I'm sure 99% would be in English.
Got it.
But anyway, this program is dedicated, is a spotlight for you, so I will not like to talk more about this.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Because you mentioned about women empowerment, so I just wanted to inform you that we are doing a bit, even though we are.
No, I love it. It's really good.
So the last question, Melissa, is IBM is a very large company, and you are a very senior person. You manage a lot of initiatives globally. What is that IBM and your team is going to come out with in next few years, which will change the world? Let me explain.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let me explain where I'm coming from. Let's say you must have heard about Starlink. The Starlink whole concept is they want to, they don't want people to go for 5G. They will change the world, and then 100% human population will have access to Wi-Fi, broadband, and things like that. So there is something that is coming out which will change the world in next 5 years. Now we are going through COVID.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things I've been really excited about, and this isn't something that sits within, kind of my team, but I've been really excited about, some of the, compute power and just some of the, I think I read an article yesterday about, the innovations that IBM is creating when it comes to quantum computing. So I think there are some very, very, if I can use this word, sexy things coming when it comes to quantum computing. I would say that's one piece. I would say when I think about, and that's kind of IBM as a whole, when I think about my team specifically, now, I think when you're talking about working with startups, you never know which one's going to be a unicorn and which one's going to be a dud, because we know that 80-90% of startups fail. I hope that through my program, I have created something that will empower these 45 startups to really build, scale, transform the world. I look at the startups that are in our program now, and they have some really transformative and innovative ideas in healthcare, in financial services. And those are all about, if you think about how many people have access to banking, right? A bank account. How many people have access to a digital identity or an identity? How many people have access to healthcare? Different payment mechanisms for people who are at the bottom of the pyramid. These are some of the things that I'm working on. So I'm hoping that, by investing in startups and by giving them access to technology and business mentorship and credits to start to build, before they have the money to pay for that technology, that is a decent investment that allows them to prosper and change the world. I think the other piece that we need to think about is that if you talk about data being the new gold, and data being something that is so important, and what role will ownership of our data play in the future, and how do we protect and save our data? Now, maybe that may not seem like a change the world sexy thing, but think about if we were to, have solutions, which they exist, and they exist through IBM, how can you protect your data and make sure that it's used for a specific purpose and that it's being controlled and protected by the company in which you're sharing it with? Now, I know that when we talk about social media, a lot of us are giving our data away for free. But there's certain pieces of data that we expect protected. And so again, I don't know if that's the sexiest topic out there in terms of change the world, but it should be. And data protection, privacy, and security should be something that my grandma, if she were alive, would be talking about and demanding of her relationships with businesses. I don't think that consumer demand or that influence of consumers is quite there yet, but I'm hoping that through regulations, and I'm not saying regulations are the exactly the only answer, because it's not, but through movements like or regulations like GDPR, I think these things help to make sure we're protected. Again, not sure if that's as big as how do we give everyone broadband access, but it is a need that we all need to focus on, and it should be sexier than it is.
I think we all look forward to the IBM now, because there are a lot of things that you actually hinted. A lot of great things are going to come out from these initiatives. So it was really.
I did get to see a quantum computer, by the way, so I've seen one with my own eyes.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Wow. So
it's pretty. It's a pretty thing. I was quite mesmerized just looking at it. I saw it in an IBM location in Poughkeepsie, New York.
So it is real. It's no longer in the lab. It's a product which is on the.
I mean, I don't know about how it kind of interact. I don't know about the customer footprint, because it's not something that I manage personally. So I don't know about that, and I don't want to misspeak. And I don't know exactly, all of the different, research elements where it's being used. But I know it exists, and I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know where to go and who to talk to for information.
So great. I think there are not many things which are going to come out, starting with quantum computer. I think it's a big deal. We all know that. It was my personal pleasure and honor to be able to speak to you, bring to you to our program called Spotlight.
Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the Chief Penguin of IBM, Melissa Sassy.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And we'll catch up again in another session of Spotlight very soon.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and as you know, in this series we are trying to enhance the literacy around the digital issues. And since so many people are now visiting the web and also putting their work on the online on the web, so it is, I think, becoming very important to have the right amount of knowledge, right amount of literacy, and also understanding how and why you should use certain functionality or why you should use certain softwares online. So I think the whole agenda of this series is to enhance the literacy around the digital arena. And in this particular episode, I will be talking about the behavioral aspect of the cybersecurity. So as you know, friends, that the cybersecurity is become an important issue. There are a lot of cybersecurity experts which are guiding organizations, small companies, and even large countries on how to protect your assets. So that is a totally different line of thought, totally different science. We will not be covering the entire cybersecurity aspect of using the World Wide Web. But in this series, in today's episode, we would look at the literacy part of it and how a common man can be more literate and be aware of what are the threats looming around him and what are the behavioral aspects of the cybersecurity which affects everyone. So that the people who are watching this video gets more literate, more aware of things, and they start following certain good practices and not invite trouble uh, to themselves. So as the cybersecurity subject concerns, there has been several attacks. In fact, the government of India has taken so many steps to prevent misuse of data of the citizens, either by the people within the country or even outside the country, and they have been giving a lot of advisories. In fact, some of you must be getting a lot of inputs from the telecom companies directly, saying that hey, don't share your passwords, don't share your OTP account number. In fact, the banks have themselves started saying that no one will ask for your secret identity numbers. If somebody of bank employee calls you to verify certain things, they will not be asking any personal data, because the personal data is supposed to be entered directly into the banking system. Nobody will ask for this information verbally. So there is so much of awareness being spread. At the same time, the behavior of our behavior, will put us in the threat. So if you look at the cyber security and the behavioral aspect of the cybersecurity is what we will talk about. So just in nutshell, if you want to look at the definition of the behavioral cybersecurity, it is the proactive approach to security in which all relevant activity is monitored so that the deviation from the normal behavior can be identified. So to explain this in much simpler language, say for example, if you are using your mobile phone in certain way, but so that is a safe method because you are used to using your mobile phone or your PC or your systems at home in that particular fashion. But if in case there has been a difference in the behavior of your usage, that means for example you have set number of websites which you visit on daily basis, say about 20, but you want to visit something else or you want to use your PC in some other way, that should raise an alarm, and that should be a deviation from the behavior, usual behavior of your usage of these systems. So this is what something that is a behavioral aspect of cybersecurity is all about. And I'll tell you why it is important to track the behavior itself, because if you can track the behavior of your system, and if there is a system in your mobile device or your PC which is tracking your behavior, then anything out of the blue, the system will be able to track and warn you. So if that step is taken without deploying too many expensive firewalls, antivirus solutions, or anything of the cybersecurity which cost money, if you just trap the behavioral aspect and out of the ordinary something happens on your systems, that should be a very good deterrent from you getting attacked. So just to take this discussion forward, I would like to say that if there are network behavioral detection, say for example if you are using your network, things like your Facebook or LinkedIn, in certain way you're used to using these things, but there is an anomaly detected by the system. Now what is the anomaly? Anomaly is that you actually spend 90% of your time visiting certain websites, and but certain things which are not usually visited by you is detected by the system. That is an anomaly. So usually if you are an iPhone user or an advanced Android user, you will have experienced these alerts coming to you saying that, hey, there is something happening. Did you try to log in into this website? Did you try to log in using this system? Because normally you use some other system to log in into Facebook, but now we have detected that you're using some other system to log in. So things like that. Now there could be a chance where somebody has been able to hack into your Facebook account, but that person who's trying to hack into your Facebook account does not have your login ID or does not have your machine from which you log in. So that is a behavior aspect where the system is able to detect that you usually log in using your home PC, but now you're logging in from some other city and some other PC. So that is a change in behavior. That is why all these systems like Facebook has a built-in security on the behavioral aspect where they can detect how you're using Facebook, how you're using LinkedIn. So this is just one example. So there could be numerous examples of the behavioral aspect. So anything out of the ordinary should ring a bell and should be a cause of concern, and that is why these triggers are there in the network where anything out of the ordinary should be alerted to the user. Similarly, there could be a intrusion which can happen into your privacy. There could be an intrusion happening into your mobile device or your PC from external agency where they are trying to get access to your files on your desktop or on your mobile. Some of these files may be very personal to you. Some of these files may contain certain data which is related to your finances, etc., and you don't want these things to be made available to a third party. Otherwise, there is a very heavy chance or high chance where the data which has been stolen from your PC or your mobile device can be misused against you itself. So you have to protect all of these aspects. And if there is an intrusion, for example, a few days back, somebody was trying to log in into my mobile device from somewhere in China, and fortunately I was able to detect this behavior because I'm in India, and somebody is trying to get access to my mobile device from China using some technology. We don't know what it is, but it is against the behavior because I have never traveled to China. So I think you have to be mindful about these things, and there are systems which are giving you these alerts. So you have to make sure that you don't ignore these alerts and you take appropriate action when such an intrusion happens. That means you should not allow. So the easiest thing to do is, if there is an intrusion which is being reported by your mobile device or your social media account, immediately change the passwords. That is the easiest thing to do, and that will make you more secure. So I think while there is a behavioral pattern checking so that anything out of the blue is being checked, at the same time you can also keep changing your passwords as and when such intrusion happens to protect yourself. At the same time, if there are occurrences happening often, then there has to be analysis on the pattern itself. Who's trying to steal your identity, who's trying to log in into the system, and how people are using your data or trying to get access to your data. So these are the things that you should be really concerned about, and you should do an analysis of how this pattern is emerging, and that will give you an input on how or who is trying to get access to your information. And then at the right time you can alert the authorities. The IT Act or IT legal laws in different countries are very strict, and anything if you're able to detect the pattern and inform the authorities, the law will take its own course and will book the people who are trying to get into your mobile devices and steal your identity. So I think number two is understand what are the patterns which are happening on your devices and people are trying to get access to your personal data. Now let's come to the advantage, because I think so far we have covered about what is cybersecurity, but we are not discussing too much in cybersecurity because it requires a lot of technical in-depth knowledge. We are talking about the behavioral aspects of the security, and in today's world, if you are using some sort of a system, then you're definitely putting a lot of information, your photographs, your whereabouts, location, uh, on the social media. And if those are the things which are being shared and somebody else get access to your location, your personal data, your photographs, your children information, the whole thing can be misused. So I think the first aspect is to understand what is behavior, how you are using responsibly the social media, what you are putting into social media. Is it very private or very public? It can be shared in public, or if it is very private, you should not be sharing it. So I think that is the first behavioral change that you have to make in yourself. Second is that you have to also understand, in case there is a out of the blue something is happening on your social media accounts and also on your device, you have to be very, very alert and attentive to prevent that. Number three, if there are pattern emerging of these attacks on you, then you have to understand who's trying to attack and notice the pattern, and at the right time, once the occurrence are more than 5 to 6 times on the same pattern, you have to alert the authorities. Now let's come to the advantages. See, these are very simple steps. By changing the behavior of your own usage of different aspects of the digital life, you will be able to protect yourself without spending a lot of money in buying cyber security systems. I mean, if you buy the cyber security softwares, some of these things which you have to do manually can be automated, and you will be only seeing different kinds of alerts on your devices. But in case if your workload is not very heavy, you don't need to spend a lot of money in the cyber security softwares, and you don't have to I mean, if you just simply change your behavior in terms of how you use your mobile phone, how you use your social media accounts, or how you use your laptops, what information you share by post or by SMS, what sort of information you share if somebody calls you, and WhatsApp or any messenger services. So if you have some sort of control on yourself in terms of your behavior, you will be able to secure yourself. And watch out, in the end I will say that make sure that keep checking your behavior, and anything out of the blue that happens on your account, on your device, you have to see and examine that occurrence. So with this, let me end my discussion today. And friends, if you want to comment on this, please do. I will take up your comments, and we will talk about some other aspects of digital literacy in the next episode. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. The good news is that the Indian Navy is getting a major boost today as the INS Vishakhapatnam is getting inducted, getting commissioned by the Indian Navy as we speak. And INS Vishakhapatnam has been named after a historic maritime city in India called Vishakhapatnam. This is state of the art, world class destroyer which has a lot of capabilities, even though it is small. Now, friends, you may think that we are preparing for our nation's security and security. Why we should have smaller destroyers when the neighborhood, the enemy nation in the neighborhood, have got a much larger. I mean, in Pakistan, in the case of Pakistan, the China has gifted them the world largest destroyer today that exists as a gift to Pakistan. And this destroyer will be looking after the western coast. And in fact, there are 4 promised by China to be given to Pakistan. So in such a situation, why the India is going in for smaller destroyers, we will discuss that in this video today. So make sure that you stick around in this video, and I will tell you exactly step by step how India's doctrine of maritime production is different from rest of the world. Well, in fact, if you see, the larger destroyers were already obsolete at in the beginning of the Second World War itself, because the destroyers, as the Germans thought, as the Japanese thought, for example, this Yamato class destroyer is the largest destroyer ever produced. Yet this destroyer never went on any major battle, and in fact it never participated in any battle. And so is the case with the German warships, namely Tirpitz and Bismarck. They were never used in mainstream battle during Second World War, simply because they were very huge and they can be spotted by small planes, and they can be sunk by small planes. And this is actually what happened during the Second World War. The destroyers era had already ended. Nobody had any faith in large destroyers. I mean, you need destroyers, tactical destroyers, but not large destroyers, because they are visible from far off. And even though there were no radar system, and in today's world there is a lot of radars, there are a lot of surveillance, and the larger the ship, it will be visible from miles away. And with the technology that exists today, the larger target can be eliminated by just sending a small Prithvi type missile, and it will sink the entire warship. So that is why the doctrine of India is very well thought. It is modern in thinking, and Vishakhapatnam is a modern destroyer and nothing less in capability as compared to a large one. The displacement of Vishakhapatnam is just 7,400 tons. It's a very small ship. In fact, it is almost as big as what destroyers we used to have during First World War. However, it is fitted with a lot of advanced technologies. A lot of stealth characteristics are built into this ship. In fact, there are more to come, and this is 100% indigenous, built in India with Indian conditions, and it will be also linked with the combat management system, which is a larger system which keeps track of what is going on in and around in a battlefield, and the command is basically monitoring each and every move. And the ship will have capability to interconnect with this whole system called combat management system, and decisions to win the war can be taken at that point in time. And the ship is very versatile. It can fire surface to air missiles. That means it can also carry things like Prithvi on it, and also this SAMs to take care of the aircraft threats. It can also fire torpedoes, and it can fire depth charges, and also the anti-ship missiles. So it's a very, very versatile system, and I'm very proud to have this kind of technology being provided by Indians, completely indigenously developed. And in fact, there are more to come. In addition to the Vishakhapatnam, there are submarines also being commissioned as we speak today. These submarines are also special submarines built by India, and that is going to strengthen the overall level of preparedness, war preparedness for Indian Navy, to defend the coastline of India, which is much bigger than the border that we have, the land border that we have. And especially in today's time, then there is a imminent threat coming in from China and from Pakistan. We need to be prepared. So I think this is something great, and I really feel very proud to have indigenous high-tech Vishakhapatnam being inducted, the first of the series, and we'll watch and wait others, sisters of the ship also inducted in Indian Navy. Friends, do you feel proud? Do write in and I will respond to you. And I will say goodbye for today, only to meet you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and today we want to discuss something very relevant for startups, merge-ups and scale-ups, and what is the secret ingredients for growth, and how partnership impact all of this. To discuss all of this, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Mike Bradley, who is a Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let me invite my friend Mike.
Hello, Chandra. How are you?
I am very good, Mike, and it was pleasure meeting you once again.
There's the same here from the southern part of the UK, which is getting slightly warmer, but nowhere near as nice and warm as Delhi, I'm sure.
Well, you can't compare our weather because it's just getting into the great Indian summer, but we are feeling comfortable. There are no fans around at the moment.
Very good.
So, Mike,
well, we're in the depths of spring here, Chandra. So we're having sun 1 minute and rain the next.
I think this is the best weather, mix of all.
Yeah, it's certainly good for the grass and the plants, I think.
Well, talking about plants, I think the startups are also like plants, we need to grow. And I think your company Scale Up Arena is doing a lot for the startups. And when you talk about merge ups, scale ups, and which is equal to ingredient for growth, which is also related to partnerships. Would you like to explain more about this phenomena to our viewers?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think, there are, as you rightly say, there's a great correlation between nature and the ecosystem of nature and the ecosystem of a business growth. Everything starts with an idea, an embryonic idea, and then it becomes a newborn, like a startup, which sells to the innovators. Then you have the growing phase, the young child phase, which is a bit like an emerge-up, which is starting to sell to early adopters. And then you've got the scale-ups, who are more like, I would say, adolescents and graduates, who are selling to the early majority of customers. But in order to accelerate that growth, the secret ingredient in all growth trajectories, if you like, I believe, is partnering. Because there are so many reasons actually that partnering helps across the board, but particularly when you get to the early adopter and the early majority phase of the product. Because when you're selling to innovators, obviously it's new. At that point, it's very difficult to scale as a startup. In fact, it could be a major mistake to scale too quickly as a startup with partners, because what you want them to do is go to a partner and have a demonstrable product, a product that's shipping, a product that you can deploy, a reliable service and product, such that you can support the operational component of delivery and satisfy the client. So you can't embark on that partnering journey right at the start, but just as soon as you start to gain traction, you should also be developing, in my view, a partnering strategy such that you can accelerate the growth along with your business goals, but this needs to be considered in a short, medium, and long term. Because basically, if you go into a large multinational partnership, it's going to take a long time. Even if there's buy-in at a strategic level, at the leadership level, it's going to take a while to make sure you've got all the I's dotted and the T's crossed in order to operationally deploy that. If you're going to work with a major partner across India, you've got to be able to scale and support that. And that isn't something that is going to happen within 2 weeks. However, if you work and have a model that enables you to start where you are and then develop into a larger partnership environment, then I think that offers great opportunity for growth and also to optimize the traction for your product in the marketplace.
So, Mike, I have a question to ask, and the question is related to exactly the startup arena, where there are many startups, and startups mostly, almost 90% of the startup fold within first year of their operations. So, what they should do to stay relevant? I think you're talking about merge-ups. So, how Scale-up Arena will help these startups to stay afloat by a merge-up? That is my specific question.
Until there are merge-ups, do you mean?
Well, my question is that if they are not able to sell effectively and generate enough revenue within first year of their operations, then they will have to fold their business. So instead of folding their business, they should try and merge up with other startups. And since Scale-up Arena is really doing all that as a service, I think we would like to know how the startups stay relevant by merging up with other startups, maybe in India, maybe in UK, maybe in other parts of the world. How this process will actually happen through Scale-up Arena?
Okay, so as you rightly say, the real startups, the real newborn businesses, they very much, I believe, have to stay local. Now they may be able to prove their model with local partnerships, with local clients, and that's what they should look to do if they possibly can. And that might mean, instead of the expression trying to boil the ocean, they maybe should start with trying to boil a pot of water or a pot of chai, shall we say. Okay, so if you boil a small saucepan of chai to start with, work with clients and innovators who buy your product in that early stage, they should be the ones that are targeted in the initial stages for a startup. And so when companies have got that initial sale, got that initial case study, have proven their model, then I think they can start to look more at the early adopters and the early majority clients. So start to look further afield, start to look for maybe partners into new niches, into new sectors within their country. They could start to look for international partners by looking at the model that they go to in that space. So for me, there are 4 key categories of breaking into a market with a partner. There's the agent model, which is basically a commission-only sales model, which enables you to work with maybe an individual or a consultant or someone from the gig economy to help you break into a new geography or sector where they get a commission based on the sales that are made. That's the lowest entry point for me within that sort of a partnering model. A startup could do that. It's more likely that's going to happen when they're in a merge up or a scale up, when they've started to get that early traction and proven the model. The next stage is to look for some sort of reseller arrangement. Now, this could be a reseller who then takes the product, makes it part of their portfolio, builds it on behalf of the vendor, if you like, the innovator, the vendor. And then what they can do is they can take the existing product, maybe they would OEM it, rebrand it, depending on the product. They build it maybe into their existing solution and sell it as a complete package. But they are a reseller relationship. So, if I was looking to go into the Middle East, into Dubai or UAE or into India or into Australia, I would probably, if I was at the merge up stage and I've proven my model, I'd probably be looking more for agent stroke resellers. The next stage, it would be to look for some form of joint venture, which is basically where you're putting the two brands together. And normally it would be because there are two product areas that are complementary and can help you get into a market. Okay, so that might be, going back to the tech world, that might be a network provider with a web collaboration tool like Zoom on the top. So you might use the local partners network, and you would use the vendor's application above that to go to market with the solution. You put the two together, and the package becomes what the joint venture is all about. And then the final model, of course, is to acquire. Is to go. You've proven your product is valid for the marketplace. You've got sales in that international space or in that sector, and maybe you then think, actually, we would like to either acquire the technology or sell the technology, our technology, to that company, or we'd like to acquire a customer base, or we think that it'd be beneficial to buy this person to get into that particular market. So I think those are the 4 stages, if you like, of the partnering stroke joint venturing trajectory, as I would say. But the benefits are substantial, and we haven't really covered those yet. So why partner? Well, there are, in my view, 8 major reasons that principally in a merge up or a scale up, but also maybe a startup can benefit from going for a partnering model. And obviously with Scale Up Arena, what we're doing is we're enabling this component. So we've got an M&A brokering boutique that will help with the acquisition side or the selling side. We have got the ability to do joint venturing and partnering solutions. We've got access to markets. We've got training that can be used in a way to educate a partner or a new market in the solution. And we've also got the experts themselves who are experts in helping companies to get that model right. Okay, so that's how Scale Up Arena supports this partnering engagement.
Well, I think you gave a very detailed answer, and I was coming from the point of view that the startups do not have too much time with them. They have to build their line of service or product. They have to have a CRM in place. They have to have client list, and they have to also have a paying clientele, and they have to have a cash flow. So considering all these things, it's very difficult for the startups to scale up in the first 12 months. And in today's environment, the reality is there is a huge competition. If there is a startup back there in London, there may be 10 other startups doing the same thing in India. So I think somewhere, somehow, these 11 players must pull in their strengths together, make up bigger, and essentially provide that service quicker, faster, and better. So is there a possibility through Scale Up Arena to identify such players and motivate them to merge up so that they don't reinvent the wheel again and again and again and die in the process of doing that?
Yeah, I think very much so, because the network of experts that we have, we've now got an agreement with the Association of Business Mentors that can support organizations in their growth trajectory. Plus, there's the other experts and companies and service providers and innovators within the platform. What the key component is, and what we're doing more and more of, is introducing the larger SMEs and the multinationals into the innovators and the startups, emerge ups, and scale ups. Not so much scale ups, but startups and emerge ups, looking now to expand their traction in the marketplace. And as you rightly say, there's a lot of benefits to this. The time saved. It takes an awful lot of time to create a market. But if you go with somebody who's already established in that marketplace, you have a much greater chance in the short term of capitalizing on your product. Because as you rightly say, at any one point in time, there's another plethora of competitors out there trying to create the next thing in your space that's going to make a big difference. But what the most successful products in the past have done is they've actually taken a new product into an existing organization and sold it through that organization into that client base. Classic example, MS-DOS. MS-DOS was sold out through IBM, and that's why MS-DOS exists today. It was sold as PC-DOS. If they hadn't done that, we would never have heard of it. Maybe CP/M would still exist. But it was because they actually accessed the market through a partner, they succeeded. The second thing, of course, is the saving of money. Money, as we all know, particularly for startups and emerge ups, is very, very tight. They are short of everything. They're short of working capital, they're short of time, they're short of clients, they're short of staff to develop it, they're short of executives. This is where Scale Up Arena provides that sort of support and ecosystem model to support them. But if these startups and emerge ups are to optimize their fiscal resources, they will go to market through companies that have already got a client base, because they don't have to spend the marketing dollars on telling the end users about their product. They can go and ride in on the back of the partner's client base and help to complement and provide a commission incentive for the partner to take their product into the marketplace. And then, of course, there's speed. Because if I wanted to bring a product to India, there wouldn't be enough decades left in this century for me to actually go there. However, if I was to partner with a Bharti or a Tata or a large organization that's got a national presence already in India, I can immediately get into that geographic patch much quicker. So the speed of entry is faster. And that, of course, saves me time, saves me money. Then there's the benefit of brand association. Because if I go in as Scale Up Arena, thanks to Akulmach, people are hearing about us. But if it was me coming in on my own, walking out of Delhi airport, trying to make a presence in India, I wouldn't have any brand association. People would say, who's this, strange English bloke come off a plane? And how would I actually gain traction in that space? And the reality is, it's only by brand association that any startup, emerge up, or sometimes scale up is actually known in the marketplace. So brand association is so important. And that's another benefit of being on Scale Up Arena, because rather than being a needle in the Google haystack, you can actually align with other brands, other vendors, other partners and service providers who in effect act as a virtual sales force. But also by brand association, you get into that geography, that sector, that marketplace. Then, of course, there's the technology I mentioned already, in the joint venture scenario, that maybe putting two products together creates a new solution that the market is now wanting. So it helps to give you a competitive edge, a competitive advantage, because it would take a startup company a long time to develop all the different components. And in the tech market, what we usually say is within 3 years, you deliver or die. So you cannot spend 2 to 3 years developing a product for the marketplace as it was 12 months ago, because in 6 months' time, it's going to have changed. So you've got to be more dynamic. The only way you can do that is by aligning with other organizations, other products, other plugins, bringing the plugins into the software environment to enable you to move quicker and develop faster and provide that dynamic cutting edge. Then, of course, there's the culture and the skills. Now, whether we like it or not, it's easier for a local person to go into a marketplace and sell to a local market, because there are nuances in that space, such as, I don't know whether people, none of us shake hands, but in the usual way, some people shake hands, some people, greet them in a different way. And people tend to understand the cultures that they were brought up in. And so if you want to sell to a culture, for me, it's the go local model. You cannot impose your culture on another sales operation in a different country or sector, because there's different terminology, there's different expectations, there's different ways of talking and doing business. Sometimes it's lunchtime, sometimes there are no lunches. So you have to make use of not just the actual skills associated with your product, but also make use of the local social skills and needs to ensure that you can optimize the market. The way you do that is through partnering. Either you have a local agent or a reseller, or you have a local go-to-market partner, or you have to buy a company. Then, of course, the funding side of the equation is important as well, because it doesn't matter what size organization you are, when you go into a new market, you're probably going to have to spin up a new version or produce or find a distribution channel. If you work with a partner, that helps you to optimize the funding dollars and the go-to-market dollars in that new space. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that the emerge up and the scale up come to a point where they think, actually, you know what? This partner could actually acquire us, and it can be an exit strategy, because ultimately none of us are going to last forever. And we may decide, actually, the wave is breaking, we're hitting the early majority. When is the time to sell? The time to sell is when everybody wants your product. Because if you wait until people are saying, there's a new product coming, you disappear. We can all think of the names of products that have disappeared from the horizon because they've been surpassed by new technology. I won't mention them, but we all know them. They were technologies that we thought were going to be here forever, brands, there was social media, many of the social media platforms that existed in the beginning have now disappeared altogether. So, that you've got to have an eye for the exit, and it's a disappointed entrepreneur who waits forever thinking, I'm always going to be making this money, particularly in tech. Not so true in traditional products, because there's always been a market for a hydraulic product. However, in the tech marketplace, I can guarantee you 90% of the solutions and the companies out there today who are creating a product will have sold it and moved on within 3 years.
Mike, lately we have also seen a different model in the partnering arena, which is the principal giving time to scale up to the partners. For example, if I sign up as a company, a partnership with a global giant, they will give me 6 to 8 months to scale up, and they will give their offerings absolutely free, no charge at all. during first 6 months or 8 months. So do you see some sort of incentive for this kind of model also coming up in the startup arena?
I think, well, you're talking in terms of the multinational taking the product into their business.
Well, let me rephrase my question. It's like this. Say, for example, if I'm a small company and my market is limited to 50 clients near my locality, near my city, etc. I'm in India. Now, if I have to scale up my company, what I need to do is I have to find similar set of clients somewhere through partnership in UK or somewhere in Africa. Now, if I talk to that person in UK that, hey, I will appoint you my partner, and then you sell my services to these type of clientele near your area, the partner is not enthusiastic enough to take that offering unless you roll in some benefits for him, initial sign up benefits. And the benefit could be that I will not charge you for first 6 months, I will give you some freebies for first 6 months, and so on. I've actually, during the pandemic, I have been seeing these models also coming up quite a bit.
I think that's it depends on how deep the pockets are for the company, because when you start offering anything for free, of course, startups and emerge ups, as we've already said, are short of everything. Okay, so I think you've got to time the entry to other markets very carefully, because it sounds great to have international exposure, but actually, if you could make much more money by staying local or staying niche, perhaps that's a better strategy. I wouldn't suggest that everybody should try and go global. I think it's a very dangerous strategy to offer anything for free, because unless people have got skin in the game, they won't actually put as much energy into it. If they think oh, it doesn't matter if I sell this or not, I haven't had to pay for it, there's no incentive for the directors of that company to say, actually, we need to sell this product. What I think I'd be more keen to say, what we need in the UK to take this product into the UK, we need case studies, we need examples of what the product is, we need a fixed product line, and we need you to spend marketing dollars to get us into the marketplace for you in the UK. Unless it's a client or a partner who says, as we said before, by associating your product with their product, it actually gives an incremental opportunity. If it doesn't give an incremental opportunity, it's not complementary with the existing business, then you should walk away. But where it's complementary, then it could be cheaper to enter into that marketplace. That's why partnering is good. But giving things away for nothing, I think that very rarely gives you any benefit. I think both parties have got to have skin in the game.
I think you made a very valid point. So there are various models available. I think the scale-up arena is at the forefront of providing all permutation combinations for startups, for also facilitating the merge-ups so that you can scale up as a businessman. So Mike, thank you so much for finding time and discussing this very important subject with us today.
I've got a quote to finish, Chandra, on this. Sir Edmund Hillary, I think, sums up partnering very well. The quote is, strategic alliances and ecosystems can help individual and organizations accomplish what they cannot achieve on their own. And that's what partnering and scale-up arena is all about. It's helping you achieve what you can't achieve on your own.
Absolutely. I think this is a very well quote. And on this positive quote, we can end our discussion. So there is a 20% discount for viewers of Akulmach, all you have to do is go to scaleuparena.com and use Akulmach promo code to get 20% discount. So with this, I'll end our show today. Mike, thank you so much, and we will catch up next time on something even more interesting.
Always a pleasure, and it's great to chat to you as always, Chandra. Thank you very much.
Hello friends, welcome to